student just left and I came to us, I guess.
You should tell them to sign up for my seminar because we're going to do some very Frank Lloyd Wright looking CLT stuff.
Hi, Reza.
Cool.
Hi.
I love the backgrounds.
Hi.
You guys got the coolest backgrounds.
Thank you. Hi, Matthew, and hi, Casey.
Hey, Reza.
Hi, Reza. Hi.
So Matthew, it's great that I can see GAU.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
I know. I wish
exciting.
they had. There was never really a chance to. It would have been nice to have a joint review, but the summer was kind of packed.
It was really packed. Yeah, I think just kind of connecting all over the place is difficult. But yeah, I'm excited to have you. And I think Jay is really excited too. If her camera, if she's there.
So, JU, you're going to be going first at 2:15, and then we're gonna be pretty. We're gonna stay on the schedule so that if you have sent your email to your parents and friends and stuff, that they know what time to log on for your reviews. So we're gonna try to keep things
okay.
on target.
I'm here.
Great. Everything's gonna be awesome.
Hi.
Hey, Marcy.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
So I think maybe we should wait a few moments before we go live. I see it looks like Hina is signed on. can kind of pair face to person. I'll briefly introduce you, and then if you guys could just introduce yourselves really quickly, that would be great. We'll start with Hina Jamel, who is a faculty member at UPenn and has an architecture practice in New York. We say hi. Thanks. We have Gabriel Squibble, who is a faculty member at Texas A&M and additionally has a practice in Texas. Kutan Ayada, who is joining the faculty. Oh, sorry. Kutan Ayada, who is joining the faculty of UCLA this fall and has practiced Young and Ayada, which I'm guessing will be based in both cities moving forward. Hernan Diaz Alonso, who is the director of SCI-Arc, here at SCI. And also we're being joined by Molly Claypool, who is a faculty member at the Bartlett and is in the middle of constructing an installation. So we'll see how long she lasts over in the UK. So thank you all for joining us. Do Matt or Marcin, do you have any introductory comments before?
Just really want to welcome everyone, and just to contextualize the graduate thesis, the students have been working since June 1st on these projects, and thesis is also a 2-semester endeavor. So there was a whole semester of thesis prep that took place in the spring, and this is the culmination of their MArc degrees. So it's a combination of MArc 1 and MArc 2 students, and they'll be graduating on Sunday.
I don't have anything to add other than just saying hello and thank you for coming.
Okay, so we're a bit ahead of schedule, but I think it's okay for us to get started. Jiu here, are you ready to present?
Yeah.
Great.
Okay, let me share my screen. Can you see it? Can you see my screen? Can you hear me well?
Yep, everything looks great.
Okay.
Feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Okay, so here is my thesis project. My thesis considers the possibility of an architecture that has the capacity to undergo formal and material transformations. It's an investigation into the multiplicity of spatial existence and architecture in flux. So now please join me on the journey of a fiction story. In 1870, at the edge of Mono Lake, the county decided to build a mining camp for prospectors and miners. However, the township were quickly abandoned. In 2020, the Mono County decided to build a geological research center on top of the abandoned site. 100 years later, parts of the building break down and change its appearance. The design threads abandoned mining sheds together and absorb them into a new building, which is layered in different materials and constructions. It combines the element appears as thick mass and thin surfaces together to anticipate how it could behave differently throughout its lifetime. The inner layer is combination of stone structure and steel frame glazing, and the outer layer is constructed with breeze blocks hanging by steel cable. The design allows the building to have multiple existence throughout its lifespan. The program changes in stage from research lab to artist residency. Also, through layers of different material and building structure, the project investigates the possibility of unstable form and raw material qualities in the matter of transformation and breakdown. First, the building is completely constructed with 3 layers: inner stone mass, adjacent steel framing, and breeze block. Next, the breeze block starts to break down. The building remains as a combination of 2 inner structures. Last, only the stone structure remains. The building has transformed into individual objects. And here are some images showing the sequential existence of historical and new buildings. Now I have a short film to illustrate the story and the idea.
In 1859, after the discovery of a profitable line of gold at the edge of Sierra Nevada mountain range, the Mono Lake County in California decided to build a mining town for prospectors and miners. By the year of 1870, the newly built township an isolated mining camp. The houses were built with a collection of timber sheds on top of stone foundations. Timbers for construction are harvested from Douglas fir in the Sierra Mountain. Stones are collected around the lake on site. However, as other promising miner booms all over the United States, these houses were quickly abandoned during the early 20th century. For almost 100 years, these timber sheds sat there along the lake, exposed to the sun and rain. By 2018, only a mound of dirt and the foundation still remained. When Mono County has decided to build a geological research center to study the tufa rocks around the lake. To emphasize the historical content, the new building takes place on top of the foundation from abandoned historical township, designed to break down with anticipation with layered materials, corresponding to the old construction of timber frame and stone foundation. The design of the new building combines modern interpretation of framing structure made of steel and glazing, with stone mass constructed with recycled material collected from abandoned ruins. To anticipate material breakdown, the outer layer is constructed with bridge blocks hanging by steel cable. Another 100 years passes by. The building has transformed its appearance. By the year of 2150, the bridge blocks starts to break and fall down. Bricks are crumbling, falling, and the remains piled up on the ground. The steel has rusted on the surface. The paint on the wall has peeled off, revealing the stone structures underneath. The building decays into separate individual blocks where it provides residency for artists who work closely with nature and line art. What would be the end of it? Whether it would be abandoned again and everything goes back to the earth, or be absorbed into a new architecture of the future design. The question takes architecture as inherently material and subject to process of entropy.
That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, you maybe, I have a question about the way in which you're working with the video, the film, and the
Mhm.
kind of sort of dissolve move that you have, that scene, which right now is almost invisible.
Mhm.
There are moments where it's very, very like subtle. And then there are moments where it's very overt, that you're kind of sweeping from one time period to another.
Mhm.
Maybe you can talk a little bit about that, like the whole way in which you've choreographed the space in the film and how that supports this idea of entropic dissolution of architecture.
I think in a way, I'm setting up the film as showing two different stages side by side, but at the same time using this linear wipe effect to kind of emphasize that it's also from one stage going into another. So sometimes it could blend the two stages together as a new existence, but also at the same time, it kind of records what's previous and anticipate what's coming next in the future.
It's an effective technique, right? To be able to show time. I think that if there was, when you have a very barren landscape, and then you're almost hopeful when you reach this particular moment where there's this new construction on a past that was built before, and yet it's beginning to register in other ways. That, I mean, the way that it blows away, almost like a fragility, or you seem to be time compressing a lot. I mean, you could continue with this almost, right? Where, and it brings into question, one thinks of architecture and permanence, one thinks of architecture and legacy, one thinks of architecture as having something that is at least permanent in a world that a lot of things are not. But you're drawing into question that very concept by looking at almost like a site as an excavation, which I find to be super interesting. And then to see it dissolve is also a little it's disarming. But I think that the way you've done it, the way this slow panoramic time, you're moving it almost like someone with a handheld camera, where it's not smooth. But then some of these aspects of where the brick disappears and then crumbles, that's done in a very sophisticated way. So you've got multiple things going on. The camera, which is jerking, and I don't know if that's on purpose, but then the very smooth, almost instantaneous dissolving of material here, where you do it in one fair smooth. Plus you're also showing rusting. Is there something here that you think landscape doesn't participate in your process at all? Like the same, even though a lot of time has gone by, where these bricks have gone from a very focused formation, I would say, to then you know, resulting like this in a certain number of time. I just want to talk about time a little bit as you see it, right? I mean, am I seeing it correctly in that you're seeing this as over, you know, 10, 20, 30, 40 years, and yet the landscape remains the way it is? I mean, I'm talking also even the green, which, you know, might also have its own senses of cycles. So can you talk a little bit about that?
I think in a way it has the anticipation with the environment would change because, for example, the brick falling down is also kind of a reaction to that the water level would raise, and also the ground would have a pile of dirt building on top of the existing ground. So it's definitely taking the landscape into the consideration into the project.
I think that it's interesting to me because if I think of entropy, entropy has to have some kind of material degradation that is generally associated to the idea of thermal degradation. So there's really this conflict about the idea of how there is the scientific take on the entropy, which, you know, sort of measures that at atomic molecular level, the idea of degradation. So the material is really, you know, with the effect more than time is really thermal degradation. But at the same time, the movie really presents other idea in terms of one is seen more as a documentary style with a camera, and is really sort of taken account into more the issue of their narrative of that degradation. And on the other side, the sort of entropic process is really more about other sort of more scientific point of view in a way, right? So it's really, to me, it really begins to mix two conditions of the way that you see degradation. One from other conditions that have to do with their specific with the environment via heat, etc. And the other one is really the kind of more poetic, so more sort of narrative aspect of it, as a kind of documentary sort of style really depicts that that degradation as something that has to do with another level of like the poetics of the material doing that and the rescue of that. So I find those two conditions really quite interesting in the way that, you know, she begins to sort of combine them. But I would ask her a little bit more if there was such considerations about material degradation as such in terms of the entropic process, more scientifically understood, you know, other than more as part of the narrative.
Just to follow up on that, I think there's something brilliant about how we're just circling within the project. Just keep looking at the same thing from its center towards its periphery, almost denying a larger context. And that fits well in some way in the way it's set up episodically, meaning, you know, you've only seen one site image of the project, and from that image we associate a certain ecology, certain condition with regards to where we are, and then we're kind of dead center in the project, unable to see beyond, you know, horizons like this, but really and sorry, I'm getting kind of an echo. This is super interesting for me, and I wonder to kind of take Gabe's suggestion a little further, to think this material transformation could have happen with smaller increments, not necessarily by just making a decision of when something would eventually fail or fall, but there are probably steps towards that failing, meaning surface degradation, weathering, kind of eroding on a smaller scale before we get to a point of failure. And I think if, as you carry this project forward, if you kind of think about those scales that operate within, that might bring more plausibility, that would also support these large stages of transformation in which you kind of, I guess, change the identity of architecture from one thing to another. the nuances that might operate in between those large points could produce other kind of conditions and habitations and potentially shifting associations with regards to the architecture. What's for me is interesting and maybe a little in conflict in the way I guess you're naming your project Architecture in Flux. Everything you showed and talked about points me to an architecture that's permanent, but like eventually kind of scomes the time. And I'm left with more, I guess, with concepts of flux with regards to how it could feel different, be used differently, or be aimed at different constituents, human and non-human, given the site that we are. And given the timeline that you're establishing, then I guess the flux of architecture itself, like the physical architecture itself, or if you push, I guess, that to an extreme in which you're able to perhaps perceive through your representational technique every little increment of transformation, maybe that would register more directly in the way we understand physical conditions being in flux.
There are some moments here, just to pick up on that, there are some moments here in the landscape. I mean, marble, you use every material that one can think of. The marble remains unchanged from what I can see. But then the sort of footprints of the artist colony, and I remember, I think it's coming up, but there's like this series of the vestiges of the foundation that are left in the ground. I find, I think here coming up, it seems to be like its own kind of landscape, which I find to be quite interesting as a new kind of scarring on the ground. I find the idea about the vegetation still to be a bit problematic because, even though there's a perceived time that's gone by, this still seems to be, this one here, like you've got these sort of plates that are sort of embedded like a new tapestry on the ground plane. That might be doing more of what Kutan is asking, which is, where do you see these gradual moments of sand accumulating, of weathering, of material change, more so than I think in the structures and the more visible deterioration that you're talking about. So it's almost like an absence. Like in the absence, there's this new ground plane, a new site, a new possibility. So I find those moments, and I don't know if there's anywhere else. I know you showed a site plan of the actual residences, but the landscape itself is very provocative to me, and I find those moments to be a little bit more clear in terms of your thesis.
I think that, picking up a little bit of, Kutan was saying about the idea of flux. For me, flux has to be the issue of becoming. So there's really some transformative aspect of it. But at the same time, to me, then the one thing is really the time that is measured, or the time that takes to deteriorate material. And the other one is the time, as they're pointing out, that to actually the landscape deteriorates. So I think there's two elements working at different levels or different scales at different times, right? And I think the video sometimes really tries to talk about the landscape, and sometimes interiorizes more into the notion of is it really happening at the level of material? Was it really happening along with the landscape being deteriorated? So for me, those are two different times that play differently with each other. So I think the video begins to address that. I understand that maybe that's why the questions about why is the landscape remains, or what certain pieces remain, etc. Because to me, there's really, the process of becoming is not even in all the depiction of the different things that are happening. So maybe, architecture and materials, sort of, way deteriorate differently with, and the landscape, is also a different moment. So I think maybe that is some of the things that we're trying to reconcile, that is not really all at the same time. I don't know if that sort of makes sense, but I think it's really what I sort of think about.
Yeah, this is in the Mono Lake area, right? And
Yeah.
could you just remind me quickly, like what's the time frame over this kind of evolution that you're exploring?
It's from 1800 to say 2150, so about 200 years span.
Mhm. I mean, I think it's interesting to try to represent that kind of collapse in time across a site like this. It's already such a surreal landscape there, that these kind of abandoned like mine structures and things are, you know, some of them are still kind of extant, right? We actually see some of these kind of lost foundations in the landscape too, and also like really nearby. I was just thinking while watching this, like how some of these images feel a lot like some of the sites that are maybe just on the other side of the ridge in the Sierras that had the kind of fires last year, where you really see this landscape. Where it's a kind of completely charred landscape with just these exposed foundations where houses used to be. I guess I kind of bring that up because a lot of the kind of transformation that you're showing, I think actually can occur in that like location in a really accelerated rate. Like it's a very kind of hostile environment for building, especially out of kind of cheap wood construction, which a lot of that older stuff was. Like the soil itself is heavily basic with like creosotes and things that kind of basically dissolve the timbers over time. I wonder about how much different this video would actually be if you were looking at like a 10-year stretch in that same site versus this 250-year stretch. Like how the kind of qualities of the site itself made you think about looking at it over this longer term, and if other sites would have like offered either more dramatic transformation, or maybe it's the fact that this site, because for numerous reasons, like it's not like a highly developed area in a country, in some ways has this kind of very clear scarring or evidence of entropy, but on the other hand doesn't really change very fast at all. Like it doesn't kind of it doesn't accelerate in the same way that if you did the same project of 200 years of like the city of Los Angeles, right? Like that'd be a very violent transformation. I think it's kind of interesting that because of the site you've chosen, you could be depicting something that is a 10-year time scale or a 200-year time scale, and I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. And maybe that's more about what the project is starting to kind of explore or kind of force us to consider in relationship to your kind of building strategies.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I mean, you said it better than I did, but I was really thinking that there's really, you know, that maybe is it really 200 years, or it really, you know, because of wood, you know, deteriorating faster than other materials because of other factors, is it really 200 years, or is it really way less than that, or this is a combination of different times sort of put together? So, so yeah, so the question is really, does it really take 200 years for this to happen, or it goes really way faster, right?
What I'm left wanting to see more, I think, is this particular moment that happens to the brick that's beginning to fall down and slump and accumulate to produce a particular effect. Because the project is kind of stuck between being a ruin and maybe on the other extreme, a kind of staged set of I guess enclosures, and the only way it transforms is either through direct material decay. Let's say the steel rusts, the brick kind of dissolves, except this moment that's about to hit here, where the brick just kind of falls down and clumps. And that to me is really interesting, because if you took this to an extreme where the act of transforming this or anticipating a transformation that could be left slightly open-ended, just like this moment here, that we would probably at the most, let's say, future condition of your timeline, we would look at a very different kind of failure, right? It's kind of a failure that anticipates a certain material behavior that would, I guess, around certain set of frameworks would behave one way or another. Let's say pile, rust, and break, but in some way kind of engineer, I guess, how it would fail. And that in itself forces you to design in a very different way. It would make you, I guess, make set of decisions very differently in the present, considering how it might behave 200 years from now. And that's a very different value set in terms of design when it comes to generating architecture. It begins to kind of free itself from momentary pressures, but only deal with the physical condition of architecture, its site, its assembly, its detail, how it's held together, how it's going to break. So the parameters of how you would design begins to open up a different way of looking at how architecture can be practiced. And I'm kind of find that really fascinating and wanting to, I guess, see now how it could fail in different ways, or it could plan to be failed in ways just like the brick does in that one scene you have. Really, really interesting.
And Gia, I think that I'm curious also about the role of proximity, because I do love the sort of spinning cyclical journey through time and things eroding and dissolving, and that idea of this kind of blurred seam where that occurs, and we realize we're seeing two different time frames. But something I think that maybe could be intercut with that and sort of interrupt that circular rhythm would be zooming in on particular items in the scene, so that when we're looking at the bricks decaying and we realize, oh, okay, those are bricks, they've fallen, the narrator even tells us that that's what we're seeing, and it kind of conforms with that. But what I would love is to actually have things that don't really, sort of conform to the same logic. So the narrator might be telling us we're looking at decayed bricks, but then because the camera is pushed in, like really zoomed in, and we might just see the cracks in these bricks, and we might wonder, am I looking at part of a geological formation? Is this part of a mountain range, or is this a building unit, or is this a leaf on a vegetation? Is this an organism? What am I actually looking at? And I think that opportunity is suggested here because of the strangeness of this landscape with the tufa formations that we're seeing here in the background, that those have also kind of, almost like proto-architectural qualities. And then yet we still recognize the architecture very clearly as distinct from those. But I just think the whole way in which the scene, like even taking on the technology you're working with to build the animation, like the fact that everything here is modeled. The tufa is modeled, and so is that building. And so there's no distinction in a way in the digital space. It's all about these models that are sort of representing entities that we think we know. So we're like, oh, that's part of nature, that's part of architecture. And to me, that's kind of the fascinating thing about working in this medium, is they're all constructs, and they are constructed also according to a similar logic, possibly. So I don't know. I mean, I think that's something you could really take on. And it's here, it's latent, but I think it would involve some other kind of moves with the camera in order to like push us into that space where we start to encounter these uncertainties in terms of the identity of things that we think we know, and we realize that is kind of an unstable definition of what we know. So when is a rock a rock? Going back to the stoniness of the stone that many people talk about with the issue of estrangement. I think your project is kind of introducing that territory. So I would commend you on that. I think that the questions you're raising are really important ones.
And also, I think, it reminds me also of raising that question. It's something that, in a certain way, Piranesi already tried in the Capricci drawings, when he shows the view of Rome, as he calls it, and really sort of going along the Appian Via, and it's really kind of documenting all the ruins in the way that sort of documents a certain sense of time, civilization, nature taking over, etc. So I think it's really a recurrent theme, I guess, and that and sort of architecturally speaking, and the way that she is really sort of forming or creating this project in the kind of complexity of time. The medium is different, the way of the representation, drawing versus film, etc. But I think, if I contextualize it that way, I think it adds to me a lot more sort of value, and really it's kind of a, you know, a disciplinary sense of looking at this problem as it has been looked at before in the issue of ruination, and really is you know, how do we place the idea of the ruin at this point or not, as you would say in proto-architecture or the end of architecture. You know, I think there's really sort of really interesting questions that are really presented through this exploration.
But Ji, was that something, I mean, were you thinking about that in the way in which you're using the medium? I mean, maybe you could sort of also repeat this, because you began with the statement, the text, and then that went away quickly and we went into the film, which is amazing. But I maybe you could just say again what that main part of the thesis that you said at the beginning.
So I guess first, so the way I chose to document, well, to choose the medium of this presentation, it's kind of like showing it as a documentary style, so that it works with my thesis that the architecture considers the possibility that undergo formal and material transformations through the lifetime, through the building's lifespan, and it could generate a different existence in each stage of the lifetime of the material and construction.
That, I mean, because I think, again, this issue of decay, like, is it digital decay or is it environmental? You know, we're thinking about the forces of nature eroding something, but here we're seeing, I mean, you're working with the medium of the film and the digital, you know, so it's almost like the erosion of the pixels. Like what I think is really effective is that blur that you've created. It's almost like a sandstorm when you go out into these kind of landscapes, or even like the atmosphere today in Los Angeles, the dust and the orange haze. And so it is very strange to kind of look at this and see these particles that are representing that environment, but it's actually it's a digital atmosphere. And I think just fully owning that and operating in that territory could be very powerful. And even the tufa might change in your, like, as you move, as you spin through the rotations of the camera, it's like slowly that tufa is changing.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I really like how you, to follow on what Marcelin said earlier about the materiality, I think you're successful, you know, when in the part that's coming up a little bit, where there's the decomposed wall and then there's the rust behind it. And then you're seeing these at different sort of moments and different material collapses. I think that it's coming up here on the right, not this one, but when we get to the crumbled wall. And then there's another wall. See, every time this goes by, I do notice something different, which is, you know, a little disarming, because now suddenly I see another crumbled wall, which was, you know, in the background. But I have to say, you have a very, what I find really is you're calling into attention the viewer's eye, right? How do you look at things? And what does it mean to have that gaze? And what do you see when you see it? And I like that. This is isn't that another, see over here, behind the rust, there is another brick wall that I didn't see until the 10th time. Now, this is, you've got an almost like an archaeologist, you've got the eye of an archaeologist moving through time, and your video is picking up on that same sensibility. But just for me, I find these conditions to be both rich here, where you're seeing time collapse. The bricks have had their own decomposition. The rust is having its own decomposition. And there's a kind of new materiality that's coming out of that. I find that to be the interesting moments. And I think what brought that to my mind is what Marcelin was saying earlier, is why not change the scale? Is there another technique or another gaze that pauses and looks at something, you know, to reveal the texture, or to reveal, you know, the other gaze, another kind of gaze?
Would you say, I mean, as architects, so would your, you know, I don't know if there's an overt kind of message that you would like to convey, but this project is sort of demonstrating, as Hina pointed out, it's kind of almost like a reverse archaeology or something. You know, we're sort of seeing things that have decayed, but we're seeing into the future, a future that doesn't yet exist, and you're presenting us with a history. So I think it's a great vehicle for ways of inscribing history and sort of even maybe situated histories into an architectural project without having to say, okay, there's this sort of like statement that sits outside and then there's the design work, but it's like that history is kind of built in to the storytelling that you're doing. And I wonder, like, would you say that this is a project that's intended to make us think differently about how we operate as architects by looking into this, you know, projected future? Is it something that is kind of almost like an activator, something that should make us think about how we're working, designing today?
Yeah, I would say definitely. In a way, it's kind of like suggesting that we design not just for today, but also for the future. So the architecture could kind of document the history of the building itself, and also it could not. So it goes beyond the human life, I guess. It's kind of what I think it's suggesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting to see a project right now that is, I guess, like looking at this like kind of like long experience against the kind of backdrop that we're in, where everything seems to be radically catastrophic from day to day. Like you're kind of purposefully taking this more distant, meditative look at, you know, how kind of entropy occurs at this other rate, this kind of less interventionist rate than the project. And I think that's a really nice and interesting kind of alternative perspective to our current, like every morning a new terrifying cataclysmic piece of event seems to be shaping our world. Since we got started a little bit early, maybe we can, if there are any like closing comments, and then I think Reza is also ready to go the next project.
I just have one thing to say, and it's just I kind of kept quiet because I think, Joe, you've heard me talk enough over the summer, but I just wanted to say congratulations, and I thought that everything, all of the comments were spot on. A lot of the things that you've been thinking about, a lot of the things that are kind of like subtly in here, but a little bit hidden, or some things that you've wanted to kind of develop in this, that I think I think each of the comments have kind of hit on exactly. And so just in general, I just want to say congratulations and fantastic job.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, Marcy.
Great job. Okay, so next is Reza Salih.
I've got a question about the edge of the site where you kind of take the knife and slice it. The first frames we see like a black, we see like the black finish, and then there's another shot where the camera creeps around and we don't see the black, we see the reflection of the sun through the black. Can you talk about the high contrast between the contours of the nature and the roughness versus the super polished edge?
Yeah, I think the super polished edge versus the contours of the terrain, the sample terrain, give a more a paradoxical relationship between like a manufactured item versus the sampled terrain. And the idea was to kind of develop a silhouette that could resemble either a mountain or some other type of landscape, and then use that to reflect the city by using the reflective black glass.
So the idea is that it's almost not visible. It's meant to not be visible. It's meant to be a mirror for the rest of the environment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I leaned in when you transplanted from Baja, Mexico onto this site, because it's almost alien, the colors. And then you have this like circuitry, almost like the vein that connects everything, this like running track. So yeah, I'm kind of like trying to process what I'm seeing and what I'm feeling, because for me it's really unusual, and I like that I feel almost alienated in the beginning. It's like a refreshing feeling. For me, I'm also interested in the way that someone would present, and you've used a kind of computer animated female voiceover. As a filmmaker, those decisions are really important when you're trying to tell a story. So yeah, I guess I was also sort of looking into why you chose that voiceover. I think it's super interesting, and I'm still sort of taking it in as a concept, as imagery, and as a film.
I completely agree with Lucy. I'm still feeling a little bit uncomfortable, but in a good way, and I like that, because I'm not sure if I'm being totally ignorant, if I'm not getting it, or if it's, I don't know. It's very strange. The images are absolutely astonishing. And so, kind of picking up on other things that Lucy was saying, the voiceover, I see it as, this is the ultimate artificial intelligence kind of presentation, where you remove yourself from the responsibility of authorship. So now, you press, you hit it enter, and so there you are. You can claim credits, as you can also eliminate any kind of responsibility if something went wrong, which I think is super smart, right? So and also the fact that now being specific to the site, then at a pedestrian level or at an urban level, you are muting the site, and you are just bringing the city like entirely to the side because of the mere reflection of what's going on around it. But what happens with Google Earth? Like now Google Earth has become a way, an instrument of surveillance that is even more prominent, more accurate than anything that you might perceive from the street. So Google Earth is objective. Any perception from the street is subjective. So I think, I mean, there is this dichotomy that has to do with, I mean, objectivity versus subjectivity that also I think can be related to an idea of, I mean, kind of artificial intelligence and the way that you can immerse yourself as being the full author of the project. So I mean, I think just, I know, like placing the project within those two realms, and then, I mean, with the mastery that you have acquired in terms of manipulating form, because, I mean, we can argue that this is just the result of manipulating a territory. I mean, this is just, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what techniques you use, but I'm sure there was some photogrammetry. I mean, some techniques where, I mean, you are actually rebuilding from an existing territory. But then you have to make decisions on that. So, I mean, you are still the designer and you are the author of this, but I think you have done it in such a sophisticated way that even though, I mean, I would maybe argue that I would love to see maybe a higher level of resolution. I would like to understand what this Google Earth image is giving me. I think it's also, I mean, very strategic and in a smart way to have kept it at that level, because it opens up, I mean, it opens up a dialogue that is still rather ambiguous. So, but I guess, I mean, maybe I would still like you to embed your hands in the dirt, because there might, I mean, some of these images might also, I mean, it's kind of like a moving, like soily territory. And then maybe, I know, like what or how can you start to bring some of these to an architectural level? Somebody might argue that this is, I mean, this is purely architectural, and I would maybe say so, but somebody might argue otherwise. So how do you answer, I mean, how do you answer these two very opposite kind of contingencies in the project?
Yeah.
Well, I think the fact that, oh, go ahead, Blake.
Oh, you can, okay. I would say like this is, I'd say more architectural, because it's more of like an idea of sampling and then taking that sample and then using ideas of manipulation. And it's also like meticulous in the idea of scaling. So it's like more intensified idea of a park. And it's more about like delivering an intense user experience and re-envisioning what a park is in an urban setting. And then the ways that the program manipulates the actual sampled surface. I would say this is like purely more on the architectural end rather than the other side.
I was just going to add on to what Jordina's saying, because I think they're really interesting observations, and I'm glad to hear you respond to it in that way, because the fact that one can't quite tell if it's a constructed architectural object, so it's super architectural, or whether it's sampled terrain and therefore it's found and placed, we can see both things in it simultaneously. I mean, I think that that's to its credit, because it's straddling those two territories. You can imagine that all urban parks at some level are contrived and designed and placed, and so they have references to other places, other parks. So the idea of sampling from Baja makes perfect sense to me in that kind of lineage. But then when I look at the project, the silhouette of the thing and that kind of deep black glass, if I can read it that way, on one hand, yes, it's reflecting the city and therefore it's sort of trying to recede. And the other hand, it has a kind of deep space to it that the reading of the silhouette is anything but natural. It's a different kind of sort of almost urban event to read the silhouette of a skyline or a natural form. And what strikes me about the site and the choice of the site is a lot of those things are already there. I mean, the courthouse has the most bizarre landscape around it, with the sort of stone, supports reaching up into this reflective glass building from the 60s or 70s. I don't know when it was made. And when I look at the project, on one hand, you see it as a sort of artificial sampled terrain, and then you see the edges of this kind of black amoeba on the sort of lower left of center, that it has a sort of sharp edge that starts to suggest that it's constructed like the Matterhorn at Disneyland or something. In other words, it's super thin there, and then it has this roadway sort of going through it. And I think all of these qualities are sort of contributing to that read of where you can't quite tell if it's a kind of constructed nature or a natural architecture in a sort of faux way. I wanted to add one question. The buildings in the project that are on the site, are they enveloped in this thing?
What was that?
Are the buildings on the site that are existing, are they inside of the piece?
Yeah, they're inside the terrain. So it's the exact same program, just dispersed throughout this sample terrain.
I guess it just prompts a curiosity about what the interior of the Matterhorn looks like.
I think there's an opportunity, though. I think the question of whether or not it was a constructed landscape or whether or not, or I think the discussion about kind of how the architecture affects the landscape. It seems like I personally wouldn't walk away from the decision making that's required in that relationship. So the discussion of authorship and the desire for kind of an artificial intelligence that drives the design, I would look more at where are the moments where the architecture or the program or say the space between the program and what appears to be a very thin shell, almost like it's literally a draped copy of the landscape down, as opposed to the landscape actually having a quality of thickness and mass, which I think is Russell's comment a little bit about the Matterhorn, right? Is it appears to be very paper thin at moments, that then just shrouds a kind of almost normative programmatic architectural existence underneath. And then there's this gap between that and the skin that I'm not quite sure what happens between there. But it seems like in the kind of remixing or sampling of those two, that somewhere in there would be a little more friction between the kind of program that occupies that space below and the actual surface, so that you would kind of prioritize that reading or misreading of natural versus man-made or artificial or artificially intelligence-driven, right? Or your decision-making within a finer grain of architecture, so that you could conflate those two even more. Because to me, it seems like it's almost all artificial intelligence-driven. And then because of that, I think Georgina's reading of kind of you stepping back from it, that's for sure one approach. For me, I would ask for a more convoluted approach out of that, so that rather than everywhere being an extreme landscape, there might be moments where the landscape is less extreme, but the architecture starts to, or the program starts to emerge in a more specific way, so that now I don't see it as covering program. I see it as the two existing together in a really strange way. And I think the moment is your topography, like the three-dimensionalization of the topo line that actually becomes almost a modernist building, is a really weird kind of inversion, right? And I think that's the moment for me where it gets interesting in a really odd way, absolutely. Right? Like I hate it and I love it at the same time. And because of that, I don't know how to deal with it.
But that's exactly that moment, Marty, is where the skeptical that would say, well, how is this different from the mountain, the Harry Potter mountain in Universal Studios, right? I mean, that's what a skeptical would say. But that mountain lacks that very strange cut and relationship to a facade that is extremely artificial, yet begins to propose the idea that what's coming on the other side, it's also artificial, but needs to deal with an architectural detail that otherwise doesn't have. So, I mean, I completely agree with everything. And maybe now, I mean, also my position now it gets also like closer to Marty's in terms of, I mean, actually, I do want to see, I mean, I'm not skeptical and I believe that this is not that Universal Studios object, but then how can you actually prove it to the one that doesn't believe it just by the imagery that you are proposing? You don't have to answer. I mean, I think this is just a comment in terms of, I mean, like the whole idea that artificial doesn't mean that, I mean, there is not a one-to-one translation between the natural and the artificial. There is a transformation. There is a material difference in terms of grain, in terms of, I mean, assembly, in terms of, I mean, I would love to see the structure of this, right? Which is not necessarily the wireframe of that geometry. Then that's when I would argue that goes back to Universal Studios.
Yeah, I mean, that is something that we talked about a lot, is how, you know, the danger of this slipping into kitsch, like the Matterhorn, where I read that as the kind of the domestication of the sublime, you know, the natural sublime, let's say. And to me, it has a lot to do with the fact that this is an image form project. And what that means is it's operating on the image as well as other things like tectonics and things like that. But how the image, as initially starting off as representation, how the manipulation of the image begins to, or has a potential to move this out of, away from kitsch and towards what I would refer to as a post-sublime aesthetic or quality.
What I find most interesting about the project is that you call it a park, but there's no green. So it's not a nice park. And I give that as a compliment. And it's not a community park or a politically correct park. It's a park that's more like Alcatraz, it's rock. And I love that idea of a park as a rock. I think that's really fantastic. Having said that, though, I wonder if you could be more economical with some of your formal moves. For example, I wonder why you decide to articulate the running track. Like, why not make that part of the rock in the same color? In other words, like, think of the park as a plan and only deal with it as a building in elevation, which a lot of people have already commented on. So we would only see one sharp edge on the side. And that's where you realize that there's an interior, but everything else on its surface is simply rock, like the first, one of the first images that you showed. It just feels like it's a collage of parts rather than teasing out the image of a park from a found image.
I guess the question of this track also brings up other things. So you've imposed this really extreme landscape within this urban setting, but then why not take the kind of qualities of park or the performance requirements of park in certain ways and start to reimagine the landscape within those terms? So like you've gone through the effort to place this extreme condition in a very unusual context. Well, then why would I go to the park to run on a normative track? Right? I can run in the city, right, but I sure as hell can't climb a sandy, mountain 2 blocks from here. And so then the whole idea of park and activity and even the idea of kind of occupying space becomes really strange because I cannot do this anywhere else. And so it could allow you to kind of rethink what the architectural implications of this idea is beyond the imagery, right? To actually get into the, I think, as Georgina was talking about, the kind of material of this thing, and not see it as an image, as a surface, but actually as having mass and weight to it and qualities to it, where I would want to run in the sandy area. And clearly you could climb certain parts of this, but that'd be a very different experience for an urban park.
Martin, sorry, you go.
Lucy, well, okay, I'll make it quick. I think one of the observations about the running track that is interesting as opposed to the kind of spiraling ramp, which seems like it, as Martin, I think, already observed, is that it sort of unravels the contour into a surface. The running track suggests that you're always at a remove from the landscape, so you're viewing it in a way that you're in it, but you're not participating in it. And I think the project's more successful when it starts to challenge this sampled landscape and deals with it architecturally. That's why I think the section cut at the perimeter that reveals the silhouette is that it suddenly goes from being a kind of surface landscape sample to something that has section dimension and it's architectural. And I think more things like that where I'm echoing a little what's already been said, where they're collapsed together, but they're not turning to gray or beige, that they're becoming sort of one thing's transforming the other. I think those are the moves that are taking you somewhere with it. Lucy, please.
Thanks, Russell. I really like the running track. I don't know if it's my childhood athletics training, but I totally agree with both what Penelope and Martin have said about. I love the concept of a park not being green, it being rock. I'm inside my living room and it's just getting more orange and more dark and more apocalyptic, and yet I don't want to put a light on because I want to feel connected to what is going on outside right now. Many of us are here in LA, and I love the idea of going and running on a surface that is not like the athletics track that is in the city and you don't have to drive an hour to get there. However, for me, I don't know why, but it makes it feel more bodily. Maybe it's the color. I don't know why. And you talked about kind of sampling, and I like this idea of like grafting and my work is very much, and my interests are very much about the body, and someone talked about the space between. So, yeah, I guess I just wanted to say there's something about that track. I would rather that be the contrast between the rest of the city, the terrain, than the spiral or the glass for me. For whatever reason, I like the track. Sorry.
Well, I think that brings up a really interesting point in terms of the use of conventions in this type of project. So in a way, you do need the convention. I don't think that, everything has to be rediscovered. So now, there is a new track. Actually for people that practice track and field, or I don't know, is this for running or this is for cars? This is for running?
Yeah, it's for running.
Okay, so see how much I like exercise, that I cannot even recognize what one of these things are. But then the use of that is what it is. So as much as I agree with you, Russell, in terms of, maybe beginning to think about new ways or innovative ways to maybe, experience some aspects of the park that might not be necessarily familiar in the way that we might do it with other parks. But then I think it's conventions what ultimately brings a sense of reality to the project, even though then what I would argue, I'm not sure if just like throwing the track in there and then, just intersecting the landscape as it is maybe the only way to solve it. Because I think ultimately the landscape has to also be affected by that. Not that they have to become a hybrid. I don't believe in the hybrid. I do like the idea of the contrast, but not just as a collage. I don't think this doesn't want to be a collage. This needs at least moments of normative, it needs moments of, I think normative architecture that has to deal with conventions as they are. However, they also have to affect, or they have to challenge and produce some tension within the context or the landscape that is being deployed.
I wonder though if you could treat the track in a similar way as you treat the sampling of the landscape. And so the track we're all talking about it as a kind of iconic image. It's the thing that we can latch onto that starts to play within the landscape as something that's identifiable. But then if you were to actually take the track and map the track onto the terrain, so part of the track is normative, but then the track becomes a Google glitched, stretched earth across that terrain. It starts to add this other question of, you know, performance versus image. And so part of it actually functions as track and part of it becomes image. And therefore it starts to resonate with the landscape in a very different way. And with the proposition overall that you're playing with this idea of image, and image becoming a kind of architectural, this is the concept, right? It's the image resampled becoming the architecture. And I think if you could start to maybe take parts of the program and resample those and take them out of kind of the functional program and produce those as a kind of image, you might get a little more resonance between the architectural kind of spaces and the representation of those spaces.
I guess my problem with the track is it's too easy to use. If you go to the effort of making a park as a rock or dunes or whatever, it's not friendly, it's not green, it's not a place for picnics. Why make it easy to use? Like, I think the interesting thing would be to make it a park that has to be discovered, and it's not easy to discover it. And that would mean maybe not, like, you have to discover the track. It's not something that's legible. I mean, maybe the use of the park is about like making it becomes legible as you use it, the same way that the image making is producing a kind of legibility through the sampling. I don't know. I don't think there should be anything nice about this park. That for me is what's polemical about it. The not nice park.
One more thing about the track. What happens for me is that because of its elevation, the track, because of this like plexiglass or glass fence, the athlete becomes the performer of this rocky, unfriendly stage-like park that you're kind of running across and inside, and people would look at you. So there is like an element of theatre that is interesting. And Blake, I don't know if that was ever thought about, or by putting it there, you were trying for the scale of the body to perform in a certain way. I guess that's a question, you know, did you want it to become a performance or to stand out? Because we're all talking about it.
Yeah, I think I wanted it to like be more predominant throughout the site and have, like with what you said about the plexiglass, that was intentional to like have the users from either the street or people at the park could like see the activity going on throughout the space. So yeah, that was part of the intention.
But I think what Martin said was a way into this. It was a really good suggestion, and I think it's what he's observing is an extension of a lot of the logic you're already deploying in the project. So I think it was summed up quite well. And it's really about how do you extend that idea of sampled image and then through technique producing something that is architectural or begins to challenge all the conventions that Georgina is talking about. I mean, I'm trying to get away from the competing theme parks of Disneyland versus Universal Studios, and because I think the project does manage to escape those associations. I think the reason we're talking about the track is because you could see it as something that is conventional, collage, iconic, it's placed, and it's differencing with the landscape, whether you're moving through an interior or you're at a kind of remove, is producing that juxtaposition again that it seems like the project's trying to challenge, not in the way to make them all the same, but to see how one thing begins to kind of transform the normative quality of the other. So the suggestion that the track is difficult doesn't mean that you're sort of running on a trail. it means that it has the kind of form of that, but there's something that's been challenged about it within the image making sampling of the thing. I think if it remains so autonomous, I'm sorry to go back to the Disneyland thing, but it's like riding the train through dinosaur land. You know, you can look at it, but you can't touch it. And so the whole thing's a facsimile. And I think there's something incredibly tactile about what you're making. And the architectural part of it, it really does want to move into maybe what the interior of the building is. But I know that that's a, you know, a whole other kind of thesis in that regard.
Any any final comment? I mean, we have time, but
Like, are you done with this project, or are you like just getting started?
Yeah, I would like to revisit this. I think I could definitely take these comments and like much more progress this. Yeah, definitely. I'll definitely look at this after like maybe in a month or so.
not from tomorrow.
No, definitely not tomorrow. No.
But definitely, usually thesis is something that you come back to it, or the thesis itself is going to come back to you.
Right.
I think it's really exciting as a project in terms of the kind of technology and the way you're looking at technology within how to produce an architectural space. And I think the best thing about a thesis is not that you've solved anything, it's that it haunts you for 10 to 15 years after you've completed it. And I hope that the project leaves you enough, which I think it does, to tackle, that you're going to think about this long and hard for, you know, the next decade as how do these technologies allow us to reimagine architecture? And I think right at the moment, there's the technology is overwhelming maybe certain decisions that you could make within the problem. And I think once you can harness how you make the decisions within that technology, it'll take a whole jump, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How do you, jury members, how do you feel? Do you want to take 5 to 10 minutes break, or do you want to jump right into the next presentations?
We take a break?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. It's 5 minutes.
I'm totally agree with you. I cannot say that choosing sentences was not important to me, and even the meaning of them was important for me when I was choosing them. But maybe I can say it was in this project, I tried to have my distance from the religious part, and I want to say I didn't wanted to represent the just religious parts and just cultural parts. I wanted to be more, I wanted to pay attention to the form of the language and be consider about the formative forms too. I hope I could transfer my idea.
It's funny, is in the image that you kept hovering over, the collage with all of the people in it. Oh, go back up. That one in the center. Next one below it. So, I mean, I think there's, in the way that some of your representation is signaling other things, I think that that's also part of one of the reasons why maybe there's an interpretation of politics in the project, right? And with this image, and you know, this is the absolutely wrong thing to overlay onto it, but in my initial sort of seeing of this image that you have on here, like the very first sort of, and I'm sure like the other people in with a sort of strong awareness of architectural history would also kind of respond in this way, is that the initial when I looked at this image, the first thing I thought of was the famous collage of the Casa de Fascia, where, you know, the crowd is kind of looking to the architecture. But in the more that I looked at this image, and the more that you kind of held it onto the screen, the more that I started to see a lot of, let's say, important nuance and difference between that. One, the crowd is not looking at the architecture, they're actually looking off at the lower corner at something else, and we don't really know what that is. The buildings that you've designed, as you've kind of stated before, it's not while it is sort of clustered and grouped, it's not identifying a sort of centralized monument, but instead it's the edges are bleeding into one another. They're like kind of very diffuse. And so it's really, really hard to pinpoint where the building kind of begins or ends. I mean, we can kind of see it on the oblique when it kind of sharpens a little bit, but then when we look at it directly on, as you kind of pointed out, where the color overlays on top of the scripted forms, that the edges become much more, let's say, hazier, blurrier, and the colors do as well, right? You start to produce other sort of forms of color, and I think that might be an important aspect to this, the sort of way in which that this architecture that you're building that is aggregating is not necessarily creating monuments, but it's as diffuse as the crowd that's also gathering in the interior. And that it's constantly kind of shifting attention around itself, right? So instead of like focusing on one area, it's shifting to a corner, to another edge, to a sort of moment where things get really kind of muddy and blurry, and it becomes as like, let's say, equally complex as the people that are in the center of this image itself. And I think that's kind of it's a really nice image. Like if you were to just present your project with only like 3 images, right? I think that you could probably, you could take these and you can kind of focus like an entire conversation just about those, about a very few things.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you for your.
I think you know, one of the things that I find, I mean, I was hesitant myself to talk about the political part, although I was thinking about it, because you know some articles that I've read before, I don't remember correctly, but there were some issues that happened politically speaking in one of the last celebrations of this pilgrimage. So there's really a really intense, very tense political situation happening, you know, especially during this time, right? So I felt in a way that you were, in a sense, avoiding the issue, where, in a sense, mildly presenting it. So when it was brought again to the table, I was happy, because I think there is really a way to explain the project in very precise ways. The one is really the architectural part, which deals with, and I agree that's a really interesting move to kind of bring down the calligraphy and take it into another realm, so to speak. But at the same time, I think the political implications of what does this project can do or provide culturally and politically in that kind of context is actually really important. So maybe the way to begin to explain a little bit of the project versus the process of the generation of the forms, etc., it really has to do with that political context of what it does, right? Because it really seems at the core of it, when we look at it, is really way deeper than what is presented, because it gets the impression that is really, well, the cultural resolution of the project is really given by colors and things like that, right? Which seems sort of a mild way to present the project. But I think, you know, it's been sort of, as you explore the project, there's really more to it that could have been sort of surfaced more and argue it in a much more sort of a cultural context in the relationship, how space is working has been suggested, interior and exterior, looking at the building, but also what does it mean when something like this is happening, you know, and the pilgrimage of that through it. So I think there's that kind of connection that I understand you have your reasons to sort of be kind of cautious about it, but at the same time, I think there's really, to me, I was looking for that kind of polemic. I'm not really sort of, you know, I don't know enough about, you know, Islamic architecture or this political situation, but I know that there's really something much more provocative to begin to bring to the table, especially in this kind of forum, which would ignite sort of an interesting conversation of this relationship, right?
Yeah. Actually, I was trying to be away from the political things about the project, but I'm totally fine with it, especially when you bring this subject. Something that was completely, let me say this now, that our dialogue goes to there. Something that was completely important for me about this pilgrimage was the different point of view that I or others in that area have about something like this pilgrimage, with the point of view that people in the West has about it. Because we participate in this pilgrimage, but people in other places just received some news about that, or received pictures and photos from through the lens of the cameras, that these cameras belong to others. For me, something that was completely interesting about this pilgrimage was participation of Iranis and Iraqis people in this pilgrimage. People that were in a war for 8 years together. But after that war, they are yearly participate in this pilgrimage, and people in Iraq host the people, 3 million people from Iran every year. And they are completely holding this pilgrimage together. So for sure, this part of the story was important for me, but I try to be away from that just in architectural way.
I'm really happy with this conversation, Reza, because I think that it sort of takes us back to the point of departure, because I know you were kind of talking about this all semester, like how much of the political and overtly religious context that you adhere to, and how much you take that on. And I think some of the comments, the provocation of Kutan and Hina's discussion of bringing the that which was sort of sacred to the mundane, I think that's really amazing to think about the implications of that and what that could mean, and the kind of maybe stealthy quality that could exist in the project. That, the same discussion that we are having about whether we're reading text or looking at text, how we look at text, how our body has to be oriented in space to even read that text, that your project, I would encourage you going forward. I think it's been a really pivotal conversation for you to have as you graduate from SCI-Arc, is to think about as an architect, that one doesn't have to steer away from those things, but one can actually engage them architecturally, formally, through the use of color, so that these things are not opposed. It's not that there is like a political stance and then there's architecture. These things actually dialogue. And I think, right now there are a lot of discussions about how that occurs. And so I really want to thank our critics for bringing that to the table, because it's really something you need to address. But I think we're actually now out of time. We have a short break, I believe. Is that right, Casey?
Yes, there's a 5-minute break until 3:50.
Okay, so I just want to congratulate you, Reza, because I know you've done an enormous amount of work. There were hundreds of these studies of calligraphy. So thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Great job.
Congratulations, Reza.
Good job. Beautiful.
Thank you.
So as Marcelin mentioned, we have scheduled a 5-minute break. If you guys need to do whatever you want for 5 minutes, and then we're going to get started at 3:50 with Lawrence Yu. Sound good?
Also, establishing a tool that allows architects and designers to intuitively navigate digital contents and utilize the latent space of neural networks, which is composed of the contributions of architectural designs from the internet and social media, to manipulate the outputs of alienated labor towards their design intentions. The internet has become the tool of alienation. The investment of digital labor users put online has been alienated from them with little return, and the digital content being used without understanding the production has also alienated users by weakening their control over it. So this thesis is developing a tool that aims to answer back these situations through getting inside the alienated labor and collecting architectural social media contents to build new value for users. The solution, yet, cannot be an attempt to return the loss of authenticity, if we recognize the fact that the current model of precedence sourcing is flat, which is users assimilating content only depends on images. However, it rather could be an opportunity of acknowledging the depth that can exist in the flatness, which is making what has been flattened into alienated products available back to users, through intensifying the process of extracting aesthetic features from precedence. So, this proposed new model creates a search-based feedback loop for open sources which feeds outputs in as inputs in order to continuously update and mutate with new content. And also this platform uses AI systems to utilize the entire internet as its dataset, is not about generating unique AI aesthetics but to better accumulate the vast resources of online labor. To further optimize the production of this platform, we are using a neural network style GAN for producing higher resolution images, aggregating features from a wide range of sources, and constantly updating the dataset with online content. To operate this platform, the first step is to feed images in, and the AI will analyze theses inputs images and find the closest ones that can be produced by itself from its dataset, which is the entire internet. Users can feed any intended images directly into the platform, and adjust the projected results accuracies between input and output to steer the neural network. For instance, here we use an office building image as an input, and we use the slider to control the projected results until we are happy with them, and then add another image trying to mix them in the next step, where users can blend the projected results between two inputs or more, to compose a new image with the aesthetic characteristics inherited from the original images. So we start to engage those embedded qualities such as the curtain wall or the crowded apartment buildings, in order to produce hybrid imagery and to evolve the features into new ones. Next, this platform works with another system called MonoDepth, that can generate depth maps automatically for the images. Then the platform uses depth maps to evaluate points' three-dimensional positions, and create a series of faces to make point cloud compositions from maps. Here we begin to translate the digital labor from 2D images to three-dimensional objects, where a lot of the features created in this platform could be further explored as space or form. This idea of intuitively working with digital alienated labor is to explore the potential of incorporating automated design techniques with digital resources that we've lost control of. So we've even pushed this further to allow users to utilize this workflow with online content that seem irrelevant to architecture. For instance, they can generate architectural forms with any input, from pictures of Gothic churches and contemporary office buildings, to even a photo of chicken sandwich. Like here we blend the previous hybrid building image with a new projected sandwich architecture image, and pick position 30 as the result to generate depth maps, where we increase the value of the middle area to make the curtain wall part stand out more, and to have a contrast in the geometry. This suggests a new way of designing architecture, through having access to all kinds of digital content based on aesthetics, and being able to exploit them to create architectural forms. Users can easily generate a lot of design options with this automated workflow, run through the process to generate a catalog of objects, and bring them outside of the platform to architecturalize them into building level forms, integrating the process with other platforms to further develop the products. Starting by thickening and penalizing the faces, we begin to turn the products into building chunks that have facade systems and basic structures, and shaping the interior space through interpreting different layers of faces into walls. The features of geometries from the objects are adapted into building elements, the apertures on the protrusion parts are translated into windows, creating a contrast between the interior and heavy walls. The exterior wall was created with higher depth values which result in a landscape-like geometry, whereas the lower value of the interior creates faces with hard edges.
Yeah, that's all about my presentation.
Great. Could you just go ahead and loop that full screen?
Yeah.
Thanks.
So,
Oh, Hernan's muted, I think. Hernan?
I think you can go, Gabe.
Yeah, so I mean, I really like the project. I think it's really, sort of very interesting because it really, at the core of it, is really giving architects no agency. And I think that's, to me, the premise is really, what really the second digital turn is about, the kind of liberation from the kind of chains or the way that the digital information and the internet is really sort of manipulating the situation by being owned by other people, et cetera. So then that the kind of exploration of that, the hacking of that system, whatever, is really truly important to really sort of embrace the new digital age. I think that's critical. Also, I think there's what's critical about what is really interesting about this. It really is the development of the process, not so much because a lot of the AI training, et cetera, is really based just kind of style GANs and kind of training, learning how to train that in runway or things like that, and then really just kind of manipulating only the kind of 2D or the image itself, right? But then this is really this application that starts to really work more on a process that really, which is the most difficult part, to go from 2D to 3D, and really sort of trying to explore that as a kind of method of agency, but also as a part of a development into the actual sort of studio itself. I think that's really critical. And the other part about the process I really like is the kind of what you call the penalizing the faces in a way, because I think that kind of begins to remove some of the problems that you have when you work 2D, 3D, and the difficulties of that workflow. And by sort of then the combining of the certain sense of, human intelligence with AI, et cetera, it's kind of, in a sense, kind of in a way domesticating or really kind of negotiating with the product from the AI, and your expertise is really critical in the combination of that. And I think that's the way they sort of begin to give agency to, or reclaim that agency in relationship to our present conditions. So that's something I'm really interested in, whatever. So I really understand a lot of the effort that it takes to do this. So congratulations. I think the project is really fantastic.
Thank you.
I'm interested. It's an interesting project. I'm maybe a little bit less convinced about the sort of idea that this can be a sort of liberating project, the sort of Marxist overlay on it. But instead, I would actually look at the ways in which, and I think maybe looking at a lot of the current politics, even with just like net neutrality and the way that, let's say, things are actually still able to control the sharing of data and the rates that data is actually shared, and maybe works against your project. But maybe one thing to look at then is to look at AI in the opposite way. In where would, in the way that you've set this up, what would be the ways in which like this would be instead not necessarily a fully shareable resource, but instead would be how would it inevitably be controlled? And I think for me, I think the answer to that is perhaps in resolution. And that even as we're kind of looking through some of your images, that the sort of, I mean, there's the baseline issue of the images or the constructions of them needing a certain resolution in order to get a certain type of building or tectonic sort of construction. But looking at maybe some of the AI softwares that are currently out there and thinking about the way in which value might be constructed through an image construction around resolution would kind of follow that. So if we look at something like gigapixel, right, where gigapixel, it increases resolution per pixel data. And so we can think of it as within any one of your images, the more information or the more details that we might get from it would be the degree to which the platform would be able to subdivide and increase value per pixel. And so I'm wondering whether or not within the system, it's like, where do you see your limits in here? And where do you, like, how do you imagine it being like fully shareable? Because it's like here as we look at, let's say, once it becomes a sort of three-dimensionalized product, where does it stop as a sort of being just a preview and into something that is that could actually be actualized?
Okay. So to the first question, actually, because like due to some constraints around the COVID-19, because the original goal is to like train the data set of on like the like more like all possible, like all images, architectural images downloaded from Flickr, and then so that actually affected the resolution, because it could be like we could like if we had a better if we could like train the data set with like more stuff and like longer, we can have a better we can produce like higher resolutions. So I think that's our initial goal is to, of course, like to make this platform can generate like even higher resolution images, which will, of course, like include like more features and details, you know. So although this guy is not like fully cannot like, you know, like does not show like that part, but I think, yeah, like the resolution did limit some potential here, but the ideal, you know, like the ideal, the original goal is to like try to have like as higher resolution images as possible. And then for the second question of like when does this like stop, and then to bring into other like platform or like the other stage of producing a project, I think that's I think that I didn't want to kind of like I don't want to kind of like make a very clear boundary for that, because overall this thing, it's a tool, so there's always like a, you know, like a space that when like different people use it, they would probably like use it differently. So some people might think, you know, like this is enough. Others might not. So I think this, although like because I think like the stuff that I'm showing right now is more like an attempt, like as in more like an example, of mine, like follow my own like designing intention. But I won't say that's the, you know, like that's the only way, or that's the only that like that's all this thing can do ideally. Yeah.
You know, I mean, I would say that, you're right in the sense that there's really nothing written on all that. So we're going to use the kind of resolution method as a method to explore AI. I think it's really another way to do it. And it's really sort of, in a way, it's used to kind of prove some ideas, or it's always called proof of reputation, where you start kind of sort of thinking that you can prove two ideas, and it's really more about sort of testing the process, in itself, right? So that's really how I understand that idea of resolution. So in a sense, it's not exclusive to any of that. I think it's really a way to evaluate the ideas. And that method, as you mentioned it can really start kind of sort of negating that one direction or one goal is, is not really what you thought it could be, and you start kind of moving in another direction. So I guess, the resolution method can help as an evaluator of the process itself that can be sort of applied at any time. So I agree with that. I think is also included, I guess, in the evaluation of it in one sense or another. I don't know exactly what's really sort of included here as part of that, but I think it's really a way to look at it.
Lawrence, I think something that your project brings up that's very provocative is the part where you're talking about how you add detail, which is fascinating to me, that with a given resolution, that working with the style GAN and then sort of projecting new architectural details into the world from things. I mean, I was fascinated by the chicken sandwich. I love that one, where it's sort of like the thing that might be, almost like batter fried chicken suddenly becomes rustication. And in a way, I ask myself, like, why do I read it? Like, suddenly I start to see the yield here as being a building that is kind of rusticated like Palazzo Rucellai. And so I project onto this matter something that, I'm familiar with, and I try to architecturalize it. And I think that is sort of fascinating. There, yeah, this one on the right, it starts to, it's pretty amazing in the center here. And the idea that it's batter fried chicken. And so the identity shift that's occurring there, and the way in which, as a human, I start to look at this material and project those kind of almost classifications onto it, I think is really powerful. And it really does raise questions about what is the threshold of the architectural detail versus some other forms of matter. And at what point we, the conventional tools we use to design and control matter as architects, it's like sort of a different game when that is this almost digital matter. So I actually really appreciate that aspect of the project very much. I think it's great.
Thank you.
Because I'm wondering, at that junction, let's for a moment forget all the process up to this moment in the slide where we're confronted with something, let's say digital matter, which we then need to kind of operate on and bring to a realm of plausibility, construction, assembly, etc. Why does it matter for you that it comes through this process than any other process? Because one could argue that, I could operate through images of rotten lentil soup to make a project versus a chicken sandwich, or found image of like a garbage pile, or another building, etc. Like the sources could be anything, as long as let's say I developed a sense of intuition, a sensibility through which to extract information, abstract information, and reassemble so that it begins to constitute, quote unquote architecture. And I think we're all kind of open in terms of what the boundaries of that could be. But I'm wondering what are agencies in that process? Because like if agency is tied to a process only, where we either let certain processes dictate, and our role within those processes defines our agency, I think we're becoming more and more curators. If we're kind of actively engaged in manipulating curated material, whether they're residue of various processes, at the end, which we begin to play architect, which I think is kind of uncomfortable even to say. But I think the question of where we ended up after your presentation, where you begin to kind of appropriate what you cultivated, what you mined, towards a more plausible assembly. And of course, that's kind of a hard point to get to, and it's where the problems lie in terms of how much we want to vest the agency of architecture in a process and legitimize in it, or the agency architecture is actually something else. Like we do whatever we do in our kitchen in terms of how we make architecture, but the agency is held within the object perhaps, and how we get to that doesn't even matter. So I'm curious, maybe this is a larger discussion, and I don't want it to sound like against AI by any means. I think what you've done is incredibly provocative, but I'm curious, like how does it become normal in some way? How does it become everyday? How does it become a discipline? How does it, gets disciplined in a way that we can judge it against other narratives of, let's say, discursive productions that we have been through. Especially if you kind of look back in the, somebody mentioned this could be, I think it was Gabe, this could be kind of second evolution of the digital. Like, how is this different than, let's say, the embryonic house, where one had to select one out of, 2,000 frames? How is this different than stopping the scalar animation at some point to decide what is actually the one instance of architecture? Because at some point, we need to produce specification, the specificity of architecture, unless, of course, we're only talking about kind of a digital realm through which we want to mediate architectural code.
I think that's a really interesting point, Kutan. And I think that even though it may be easier to be drawn to the kind of spiky facade chunks at the end, like this part right here was really the emphasis of Lawrence's thesis and what he worked on for the most of the summer. And I think it's actually trying to get at that problem specifically in the difference to like the kind of versioning project. Whereas in like the versioning project, like we could run a random latent walk through the neural network and it would generate a bunch of stuff and we could pick one. Whereas the interface that he's built here, maybe you can go back a little bit to like where you start feeding things in. The idea was there's this kind of vast, unknowable, large space of architectural aesthetic content on Pinterest and Instagram, which our students unethically now use as precedent. And we have to kind of get stressed out that they have no idea who produced these design things or whatever. And this is trying to embrace that by developing a machine which allows a designer to intuitively navigate that space. So like the images at the bottom are things that the architect can feed in to begin to drive the machine, like not to produce like an infinite random number of versions, but to produce like one specific version, right? And we're trying to figure out like what types of interface could be developed that would allow that intuitive like singular authorship back into that kind of vast black box latent space of the neural network. So like rather than generate 1,000 random photos, like this thing is designed to allow you to precisely steer to one specific photo. I think maybe it's undermined a little bit too, because as Lawrence said, like we lost access to our beautiful giant machine. So everything looks a bit blobbed out and gooey rather than the kind of full high-res detail that we were aiming for. But I think that's the aim of the project. And I think that's kind of significantly different than the versioning project of the embryo house.
Yeah, and I also, sorry.
Oh, please go. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to, because I think like the question about like when should we like as architectural designers, when should we like, when's the moment that we should start to like take our add our personal steps. I think as like I think that was I had that question too, like in the beginning, and then like as I like developing this project, I realized that I think it's maybe it's like also shifted, like because so if we let's say if I start to like design a like a normal project with this platform, like the manipulation, a part of it will shift from because the traditional ways, like it was like sculpting a form or like designing the space, but but here it'll be such as like adjusting the value for these like maybe depth maps, because these will like affect the result, like maybe like how like how extreme these spikes look like, or yeah, like I think I'm not sure if this like answers that question, but I think this is kind of like my my thoughts.
I'm not sure if you're kind of fully escaping authorship. I think the kind of moment of bias shifts, right? Like the moment of bias shifts from actively modeling something, actively making decision on aesthetics, but kind of biases perhaps in the image that you pick, the sequences that you decide, the moment you step. So like in some way, it's always there. I don't know. I personally don't have a problem with that. I think that bias makes subjective outcomes, and for me makes the world varied in ways that I like to enjoy. Like my fear would be that that somehow if we're I guess afraid of that bias, which could manifest itself positively or negatively, right? That we might push the future, where kind of we value other forms of biases even without knowing. And I guess my kind of question here is, how do we discipline this? Can this be disciplined, or can we operate to kind of, let's say, conventions through which we can begin to kind of compare and understand the values? And look, I understand kind of the desire to push such a technique to an extreme to open up potential aesthetics, potential kind of new worlds. How, when this becomes domesticated, when this becomes another convention in our arsenal as architects, because after, let's say, 500 years, we're still doing plans and sections. How does it begin to operate?
I don't know if Kutan is finished or he got frozen.
Yeah, I think I've been falling off. I've been falling off on and off. Sorry, but yeah, I was done there.
Okay, I was just going to say, Lawrence, for me, your argument would make, it's just that last part, that if you had made in your final project you would have, it's almost like a proof of concept, right? So that your final piece, I was just really, you know, I feel like we've come too soon to see that outcome that you have, because I see problematics of design in it, and I see, you know, the stretchiness, you know, everything that you was trying to study, which was the precision, looking at flatness versus, you know, looking at detail. Whereas that, you know, the part that you show in the middle, where you show density versus flatness, and then there's a new sort of concept of what density and flatness, what the outcome could look like. I was very interested in that. And I think that that's a new way, but there's a learning that has to happen from each of these steps. So where I think you're very successful are the questions that you raise through this. What a great thesis. I mean, I think the questions you raise are very good, and the questions that everyone working in AI is doing, and you have a very probing eye in which to do it. I think that one experiment you made, which also Casey mentioned, where that was something that excited you as well, I'm completely into it. I think that that was a very interesting moment. And sure, okay, if you're looking at food, I'm fine, but there has to be a result that comes out of that which makes that process worth it, right? Which makes a kind of new outcome, or allows us to look at architecture in a new way, some aspect of architecture in a new way. Marceline mentioned detail. Okay, we look at detail in a new way. But I think the pressure that puts on your own project is quite high, because we are looking at no lessons learned from these individual moments and studies that are fantastic. I think your studies are fantastic. But at the end, when I look at that, you know, that chunk which you have, I think it's falling into this. I think here, you know, we don't understand density. We don't understand scale, which you had a really strong handle on. And the questions that you raised remain unanswered at the end, I feel. You know, I mean, this is a wall section that is fine on one side, but we recognize that. But then on the other side, there's this dense materiality which is lacking detail and lacking a kind of, you know, but I don't think you could have, yes, I understand the problem of the mega computer, but I think you could have gone in there and added your hand and your authorship at that point. I don't think the whole process can and should be automated. And I'm very interested in this, but I'm very interested in the way you were looking at it, which is to get into this with a particular thesis in mind. I think at a certain point it became general, and you're looking for a complete solution out of this process, which is rarely the case in most either you know, experiments that we work with. I'd like to be proven otherwise, but you know, yeah.
I mean, I had, you know, to say, I mean, I agree with some of the moments at the end that, you know, to jump into the resolution and try to kind of present the final view of the project, but it really understanding how hard it is actually to actually get to that point, precipitated or not, you know, it's sort of complex, right? So it really try to domesticate that moment is an attempt to do that. And I think really something, you know, has to do with, you know, the question that Kutan was asking, which everyone asks that question, saying, okay, so when is the real moment of agency that is really could happen within this process? Or are we just trying to legitimize the idea of the uses or the potential use of AI in terms of architecture, right? And at the end, we sort of always go back to what we know, right? So I think that conjunction of, you know, how do we sort of apply what we know, what we can sort of program or do or understand in that process beyond legitimizing the issue, really finding some kind of agency in that sort of process of domestication, where there is really a role in this case of high definition or low definition in the game that could play. I think that's really the really tough calibration. That it's a conversation in of itself, technically speaking, but also is really connected to a larger issues about design, about, you know, architecture, about all these things. So the conversation I think is really starting, and I think is really important to begin to discuss that, because I think there's so many things that that can be touched upon, and I think some of the issues that were raised today are provocative enough that really, in my case, really made me think about a lot of other things. So, I mean, the value of this is really the kind of presentation of that as the kind of, well, what can we talk about this, you know, in terms of what he's trying to do, and I think that has been achieved, you know, I think.
No, I mean, agreed. You know, it's kind of interesting to think about the reach of proliferation of the digital into so many different aesthetics over the last 30 years. Minimalists engage digital tools, and people who deal with more complex stuff engage the same digital tools. We engage them differently. And I'd be curious, you know, maybe, you know, Casey, this is, you know, maybe pointed to you, to see whether, you know, technology like this operates only kind of the end of the spectrum of complexity at the far end, or it begins to also experiment alongside with like simplicity. Like, could you put together things that are incredibly simple and produce like just enough of strangeness, enough of maybe novelty that begins to produce new architectural qualities? So like I see this kind of an incredible thing we can all engage. I'm kind of wondering about the range of how we are engaging right now, because almost all examples I've seen are operating kind of, you know, at the limits of what we can process. It'd be kind of really interesting to see for me, like, what if you just use like as little as possible in terms of processing power between two images that has little information in terms of pixel count, and it begins to produce something that we didn't contemplate, you know, in terms of what architecture could do.
And I think, Lawrence, you started with that. You wanted to amplify the flatness, right? And we kind of ended up with the opposite of that. But, you know, flatness implies a simplicity. It implies a kind of, you know, your sources for that might have been different, perhaps. But, I mean, that as a goal was a fantastic goal in terms of how do you amplify flatness? Two very diametrically opposite things that you're bringing together through very different sources. And the outcome from that, I think it's still to be determined. I think you've set up exactly the right process, and that's all what a thesis is about, right? That you set up these provocations and processes, and you ask the right questions, which I think you absolutely have. I would just say stick with it. I mean, because if I follow your, you know, amplifying the flatness, you give very good reasons why you tell us why we look at certain sources and not others in order to investigate that question and interrogate that question better. But then I think you take a step back, and then I think the chunk is not really, you know, compatible. Or perhaps, you know, the step one would take in order to investigate a new kind of amplified flatness, which is very provocative to me, very. Lawrence, do you want to respond? I'd love to hear, or even Casey. Or reply. I'm curious.
There's lots of, like, yeah, I told Lawrence before this started he was going to have to answer a lot of hard questions with this project. And since we're kind of closing in on the end, I'm going to go ahead and let Lawrence reply to these, and then we'll move on to the next project. So we'll give you the kind of authorial final word on your own presentation, maybe.
Okay. I think that's a lot of questions, but I think overall, because like, I think for me, like, it's more important to like develop the way to like engage these like you can like relatively new techniques or idea, because I know because we started actually, like, as Marceline like mentioned, like we actually started this project like the thesis from the the previous semester. And in the beginning, we even like look at a lot of ideas of the left side accelerationism, like which kind of like I think the emphasis would be more on like how to how we can like start to engage these new things, because since that I don't think there's instead of like trying to look for like the solution, it's more rather like a opportunity, as I would say. So that's why I don't have like the correct answer for a lot of these questions, but I would say that's like for me that's like the step that I took to start figuring these things out. Yeah.
I mean, I would think that, I mean, I think you started with something that has, you mentioned, about the acceleration stake on it, which is definitely really reflecting the idea of how you sort of defining and considering the network or the internet, et cetera. So at the same time, there's really two things. One, the starting point, which is a criticism of politics, economics, and the way we see the internet, and sort of escaping that kind of way of thinking into some other kind of project. So I think that's really another part that's really deeply connected with that, and the automation and other things, right? But then the other take is really then the development of what the project really sort of intended to do, right? Of becoming sort of the exploration in and of itself about the software, the whatever you sort of design, right, in a way to sort of produce the project. So I think there's in a way two conversations, but they could be sort of connected, and you can go either way. What is really, and I think some of the questions begin to kind of try to engage that. So what is really the bigger picture, in a sense, of doing that? And at the same time, there's also the part of saying, okay, so what are the intricacies of the process in of itself, and the kind of technical aspirations and goals of it? But I think, but I think also the bigger question is actually quite important as well. And I think a lot of people are asking that, is like, okay, so what is the big picture besides that? And I think there's a way to really try to integrate that into the conversation at the end. It's really how do we respond using AI, et cetera, to a larger question that has to do with the internet, architecture itself, agency, et cetera. So I think the questions are there, and it's just a matter of modulate those. But it's a tough proposition, and is really kind of very broad in many ways. So I commend that. I mean, to really try to engage something like that is really not very easy.
Great. I think that's a good closing comment, and thank you, Lawrence. A great job. We're going to move on to our final student for the afternoon session. Ken?
Thank you.
So,
thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Lawrence.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hands-on.
Yes, like
Yeah.
Marie Kondo says to like pick things up and see if you want them, and if it doesn't give you joy, get rid of it.
Yeah.
I'm the opposite.
Okay.
I want to pick up things I don't even care about and just be like, what is it? Let me touch it and smell it, and I'm like, I don't want it.
Let me rub it all over my body.
Yeah.
So this kind of is created from a sense of like parafiction from what I've kind of observed of like contemporary life. So these are images of the Prada store on Rodeo Drive, as well as the Saint Laurent store right after the pandemic hit. So you can kind of see the empty space with only display cases and only shelving, as well as brands already kind of playing with the idea of like materiality by Hermes breeding their own crocodiles, as well as the like snake community on YouTube, where they start to design their own snakes by morphing different versions of them to create like this new like custom snake at that point. So the next step is basically custom skins or custom epidermis, and then the as well as campaigns made by Pussy Crew for Burberry earlier this spring, where it's no longer about the physical object, it's a physical object represented in a digital way, but you're still basically selling the physical at the end of the day. So this questions contemporary ideas of consumerism and defines an entirely new playing field for the game that successful luxury retails currently play. Creating this symbiosis of physical and digital generates a new architectural system that detaches the architecture from the building to activate the space. I will also be sharing a link in chat for the jury members to experience, or like the way that I would see, let's say, one level of the store. And this kind of works in conjunction to my background currently, where it kind of crosses the idea of physical and digital at the same time. And this is kind of just like the limitations of technology currently. I would love to experiment more as new versions of this could be possible. Thank you very much. Oh, and for the people that are on live stream, it's going to be atelierego.store, not .com.
Do you want to also share maybe a couple of pictures that we can see on the screen?
Yes, I can. I'll just pause the video at certain moments. So these are some of the close-ups of the physical model.
Is my headphone working or not working? Other silence, Rad.
Excuse me?
My headphones are not working, or there's a lot of silence?
I think there's a lot of silence.
Yeah, there you go.
I can maybe start with like a question to open up the discussion. How do you see yourself in the project? Like, what is like your role in a way? Are you here the architect? Are you here one of the consumers, or do you see yourself as a sort of like art director, or do you see yourself as a fashion designer? Especially like now that you're like on a moment of transition where you are closing, and it might be more than one, of course, but you're kind of closing with a chapter like the university chapter, and you're gonna jump into a new experience. What do you think you will
Honestly,
go, or you would like to go?
Honestly, I kind of see myself in almost like wearing every single hat as I can, just because, yeah, there's the side of me that kind of curates things, as well as a side of me that is purely design, but also at the end of the day, I'm also a consumer. So I'm not kind of excluding any particular role. And like beyond graduation and whatnot, I would love to almost kind of dive like deeper into almost every single possibility with this project.
Who would you approach with this premise or thesis? Would it be a fashion brand? Would it be a startup? Who, you know, I mean, we know each other. And
practically, yeah. I think practically speaking, large conglomerates like LVMH would be a great contender for that, just because of the budget that they possess. Like at the end of the day, they are the ones that have the potential to experiment with what retail could be. At least in like a much larger scale, where you could, there's almost some sense of like customizing within retail, like let's say Prada. Prada already has stations where you could customize your perfume, whether it be the ribbon, the box it comes with, the engraving, et cetera, et cetera. So the next step is kind of scaling it up and even transforming it into even a more personalized experience, whether it not only being customizing a perfume, it's customizing an entire experience within the store.
yeah, because I mean, we'll talk about the project, but it makes me think about Ez Devlin, the set designer who does Beyonce, Kanye West, all of that performance staged events. I guess what you're doing is like braiding together retail, commerce, entertainment, and I loved how you said souvenir of space, because you're creating a concept that is about mass customization. And we did a project in the past where we imagined that retail would become dissolved. I mean, now is a good example of that we're just buying from home. We don't need to leave the home. So how would brands like Nike or Burberry seduce us to leave the home? And would then retail become this place of worship, almost like the salesperson is the shaman of the experience, and it becomes this ceremony. So I guess what I'm interested in is your take on, or how you're disrupting or bringing together artificial intelligence, augmented reality, fashion, tactility,
And I think it's a really important market to disrupt because it's worth so much money. The fashion, I mean, the beauty market alone is worth in America, I don't know what it is now, but like hundreds of billions of dollars.
Yeah, I didn't catch the first part of that just because my AirPods died, and I was trying to figure that out for a hot sec. But with, let's say, like the Nike experience and whatnot, there's almost like this like instant gratification where it comes to shopping, where you kind of get the item right then and there, as opposed to online shopping where you kind of just like browse through the same website as everyone else, and that experience is not necessarily unique to you. Currently with shopping, you do, at least with like high-end retail, you do start to develop relationships with the sales associate, and that's how they like basically play the game currently, where they entice you to kind of buy more and more because you're friends with them, and like then they'll end up offering you a more like limited item, like a Birkin bag at the end of the day, as opposed to online shoppers that wouldn't be able to do that. If it's not offered on the website, so be it. And then it's almost like a performative aspect as well, because you go to Rodeo not to see but to be seen, and experience everything for yourself, as opposed to sitting in bed scrolling through a website. Maybe I will propose a question to the jury members. I'm kind of interested in your guys' connection with being a consumer and how that would translate into kind of connecting with the physical space of like a point of sale.
Right. I think that maybe I won't answer your question. I just wanted to say that, throughout all this summer, the models that you've done and the material investigations are amazing. I think that maybe there's some issues, or, the jury is like trying to see where do they enter, because the portion of your thesis that you're talking about consumerism and what you're talking about, the actual retail experience, I think that's a different path. I do think that, and I really like how you set up your background and all the photographer, images, and all the material studies and all that stuff. I think that's the thesis. I think that trying to respond to, I do think you can respond to commerce in a different way, but I would say that the core of the thesis has to do with this kind of, the flesh almost becoming a completely new material investigation. Maybe if you run another image, I think we're now in that, but you have some that are really close up. Yeah. And I also think that it's quite fantastic is that shift that you have from technology to nature, like that kind of back and forth. I'm in and out of different views, so I didn't hear your full presentation, but I mean, I think all of the studies are fantastic. I think this is where the thesis is. when I hear Prada, LVMA, like whichever, like that side, I think that's a slightly different. It somehow it goes in a different direction.
Okay, then I would like to kind of like respond to that. The way that, or the reason why like that is brought up is just basically a mode of kind of attacking the way that like architecture currently is, because these material samples and the like organic nature to it kind of speaks to the temporality of this superficial layer of architecture. So it kind of is a metaphor for the, like, let's say the green screened chunks that are applied on the physical aspect of architecture. So that has the ability to kind of constantly change as opposed to being stagnant. And like with architecture as we know now, by the time you build a building, it may have been 2 or 3 years since the initial design. So by the time you go through construction documents, permitting, et cetera, your original idea might be even out of trend or what have you. This is kind of speeding up the process of, listen, let's make architecture this like weightless thing that could constantly evolve, that could adapt to each person. And each time you visit the same space, rather than you kind of seeing the space through like decoration.
I wanted to say that when the school, it's maybe just been less than 2 years, sort of shifted over to say it's a school of architectural thinking, that it really opened a lot of territory that, on one hand, you could say not enough people have taken it up, but you're taking it up. And I'm thinking that you're not so much the architect of a structure, although it's present here, but you're being the architect of an experience, and you're challenging a lot of issues that I think are really rooted in architectural discourse. The idea of customized mass production. If we were talking about the fabrication of mass-produced things that are architectural, we would all enter into that conversation, I think, with a bit of ease. If I can't comment on this, it's probably because I don't have the expertise about what the issues are in this particular realm. Does not mean I'm not interested in it. So I can only maybe be anecdotal about things that just as an architect I'm interested in. So this idea of the ability to leverage technology to customize an experience, on one hand, it's a kind of a fake, because like the algorithm, it only takes you to things you already know, and it keeps reinforcing it because it keeps learning about you. At some level, it's reducing you down to a sort of pro forma that maybe you say, no, I'd like to do something different, but it won't let me. That's maybe a downside in the technology deployed in the name of choice and difference. But I was just going to anecdotally relate that something that was so analog that I was so fascinated as an architect by was, I had seen quite a number of years ago an exhibition of Miyake's, a kind of entire career exhibition at the major museum in Tokyo. And it was so interesting to me at one moment where they were showing this line that you probably know about, I didn't, which was called A Piece of Cloth. And, it was a kind of clothing that came on a giant roll, and you had the option to sort of clip it where you wanted and even take it home. And if you cut it here, it became this kind of garment. If you cut it there, it became another kind of garment. A very almost crude way of saying, we didn't figure it all out for you. You're not just consuming a product, you're sort of partaking in the making of it. You have some choice here. And that whole idea of a limited choice in things at that moment seemed liberating, at some level, that it wasn't about just off the rack as I think you're challenging. you know, I always wondered how I could bring that into architecture. I have not figured that out yet, because maybe it's such a kind of, you know, I think I said to Hernan that architectural thing you can move quickly, but architecture as a discipline is kind of the elephant in the forest, in the jungle. But I think it's really, I would encourage you to keep doing this. I mean, I think the fact that you're thinking about this in a much larger way is necessary, because it breaks out all the kind of across the specialization that can maybe, you know, put strangleholds on the way these things are done. And so the architect as someone who can kind of think across the grain to maybe redesign larger experiences and challenge how technology can be leveraged, I think it's really interesting.
I guess that was beautifully said. And I would say in terms of, so several things have been said. The difficulty to enter the problem, I think, is very present for all of us. It seems incredibly personal. And so I'm trying to figure out how to get, to be able to piece together the series of parts that you've given us. So you've talked about kind of experience design, and what's very difficult is for us to actually have that experience. And so it's difficult to kind of critique what you're doing relative to some experience you're generating, right? Because we're not actually physically experiencing it. And so then it goes through a series of products, these kind of customizable products, or the objects of desire that you're describing. And we have to kind of buy into that those are desirable objects, right? That we as designers, or as consumers in this case, would go into a store and produce our own design and find that better than the store we went into originally. Because, I mean, ultimately that's kind of the way I'm viewing it. You don't go into Prada to redesign Prada. You go into Prada because Prada has a very particular design aesthetic and agenda, in the same way that Issey Miyake does. And you're there because of that agenda, as opposed to how you're going to transform their agenda, right? That's the only reason you would go there. But then I see also this sketch fab space that you've generated. And so I've been playing around in that space, and this is another version of kind of an experience, but then I don't know kind of how to experience that, because it's fairly neutral, right? And so I'm just kind of left with a ton of questions, back to that question of how do I enter? You know, beyond kind of skin, there's another thing there, right? About skin and tactility and the human body within a space of experience. Now the skin is becoming a thing of augmentation. And so I can't piece it all together at the moment, I guess is what I would say. And that's the difficulty as a reviewer on the project, at least for me.
Yeah, I completely understand that. There's definitely a lot of moving parts within this project. I mean, to the comment of the Issey Miyake versus Prada, at the end of the day, there's like a preset number of things that you could buy at each store, right? And these tastemakers kind of tell you what you should be buying at the end of the day, whether it be like a navy suit versus a black suit. This is kind of doing a similar thing by providing you different versions of this superficial epidermis level for your things. It's just that you kind of, as a consumer, think you have this like limited or unlimited number of variations, and just like depends on like how many things you discover in the space, that's how many things you could apply, right? However, thinking about the side of the actual like fashion house, you do know the limitations of, let's say, creating 100, 200, 300 different samples. You kind of just pick and choose what you want to like provide to the masses, right? So that's kind of what I've been doing with the material samples. However, the experience, let's say, for the jury there are quite a number of like limitations, not only due to like current technology, but also during to the like current circumstances. So there's like a limited amount of things that I could provide to kind of mimic this like future of retail, whether it be mimicking the like physical and digital overlay as my background, or the online store.
Thanks very much for the presentation. I think it's really exquisite range of objects. You know, I want to go back to something Florencia said, which is kind of drawing a line between the, you know, should one just discuss this on the terms of consumerism, or should one try and find a way to discuss it in terms of architecture, if I understood Florencia's earlier comment right. I'm more on the side of architecture too. And the one thing I find very interesting about the project is sort of instability of all the objects. Like, for example, when you show us the model space, I'm presuming that's some kind of model of the interior. Have I understood that right? Is that what that model is?
It kind of hints at what it could be.
That's fine. Because what I find interesting is that the model space is then constructed out of many of the samples that you would find in the store. So that model could be a model, but it could be also something you buy in a store, like it could be an object, right? So there's this sort of weird ambivalence between, is something a model or is something an object? I think that's really interesting. The other thing I'm thinking is very interesting is the way that all of your language is architectural in the objects. So for example, the braided hair, like readers' lines, right? We see walls of, like there was a vertical thing of hair also, I think. Like for me, that's registering as some kind of porous, like screen. In other words, all the sensibilities that you're capturing in the objects deal with transparency, lines, volumes, voids, all of it. So I think it would be very easy to recast all of it simply as architecture, right? Because your vocabulary is architectural, but then at the same time, there are uneasy objects, model, sample, found. I don't know, but I think that's great. I guess I'm more interested in the disciplinary lessons from a material study like this than I am in its application. Like, why does it have to be geared toward a consumer model? Why not diagnose the qualities of what you've made and then, you know, import that back into architectural culture?
I think my mistake was kind of prioritizing this consumer model rather than the architectural model, especially with this presentation, because I do see these objects and the material samples as elements of potential architecture, kind of like what you said. And that's kind of how it started. It became a thing or an applique that kind of is scaleless, whether it could be applied to a generic object to transform it into an object of desire, or apply it to a generic retail space to transform it into this like custom experience. So both scales, I guess, speak the same language with this applique, and that's kind of how I would tackle like the architectural conversation.
I guess the question is, you know, why does the work have to be useful? useful in the sense of consumable? Why can't its use be disciplinary? Or, like, I get this is, why does it have to be instantly put on the market? It's a thesis project. You're still in school. Like, you've done beautiful work and you've made incredible things, and the qualities of some of these objects are just stunning. And I think, architecture could get more out of this than retail, in my opinion.
It might have been just a self-conscious thing of me transitioning from a university setting into postgrad, and kind of entering that space without, and this kind of bridges that for me, maybe subconsciously.
It's almost completely. Oh, sorry. One last thing. It's almost like you have proposed a business model, but
we did almost validity to it.
Pardon?
I would explain it to give it more validity to the reasoning of why this entire system needs to exist in the first place. And I could see this type of production of experiences applied in different types of program. I think that retail was the most obvious one and the easiest one to kind of let loose on, basically, and create this new system of how things work.
I mean, I completely agree with what Penelope has said, in the sense that this is your opportunity to theorize and maybe be able to conceptualize maybe what these objects are and give them a place within the discipline of architecture. Yet, I mean, not necessarily challenging them so soon with a business model that I guess, I mean, it's still very smart of you and opportunistic of you to have conceived it. But I think that's something that, or let's say where you are right now, and I mean, knowing that that business model exists, maybe there is a way that you can bring to the retail, I mean, or retailing as a system, an idea of that has to do with the conceptualization of some of these objects, that maybe the objects that might derive from that disciplinary kind of argument are the ones that, I mean, maybe in the future might be part of that business model. But I don't believe that, I mean, that these particular set of elements or components are the ones that need to move into that so soon. I mean, what I think is great about your thesis, Rad, is the fact that, I mean, I think you have conceived, you have looked at everything with a really wide spectrum of options and possibilities, and I think that's actually, I mean, that's really important within, especially at the level of your education, and especially now that you are transitioning into the outer world. But as Penelope was saying, I think this is also an opportunity to maybe look back and almost back engineered what you have done, and then see how further you can take that, but within, the constraints of the discipline. So, I mean, you will definitely make more money selling, applying this business model right now and not later. But I think, I mean, it's really, I think, I mean, it's the opportunity that you can take from where things are right now.
Yeah, I was on the midterm, Rad, and I think I'm totally okay with the project as a kind of series of studies, and would agree with the comments of, I mean, sure, there's a part of me as the, architect with a capital A, like, okay, where's where is it? Like, how do I engage this? And it's clear that, you chose to show us a kind of series of vignettes at different levels, whether it's the kind of overlay virtual, these kind of proto models that could directly relate to a kind of architectural piece. And then I was thinking, I think it leads you to really challenging, what you set out to do, which was, I remember you showing the empty store, right? Which is the kind of dichotomy of retail. There's the stuff, and then there's the thing that holds the stuff, right? And of course, with venues with fashion and also with cosmetics, there's also a performance piece in the retail of testing, trying on, things like that are hybrids, right? And then I was thinking about like makeup trailers for movies or things like that, which are more workspaces with similar products. And that was kind of maybe what you were after. Like you'd walk into someone's workshop and you wouldn't really think everything was for sale, right? Yet all the same stuff is there. And I think that's what you were kind of after, where the making of a thing or the remaking of a body in a way like maybe in an artist's studio would occur is also mixed with retail. I think that's where it's kind of going in that model, and also linked with these kind of virtual kind of Pokemon Go opportunities of overlay and the digital and your website. So I wouldn't, I think you said the word mistake at one point. I wouldn't consider it a mistake. I think you could have been more conscious maybe and just said it will not be an architectural resolution. It will lead to certain paths, which I'll pick up later and maybe even get paid for by someone, which would be great too. So I just wanted to mention that. I kind of had you checked. I wanted to visit your review, and it was great to listen to all the comments. So great job.
Thank you for that.
I wanted to, Russell, in the beginning, even Florencia is saying, is the sound off because no one's talking? I think that sort of uneasiness I'm really interested in. And I guess I can only speak personally. I'm not an architect. I'm an artist, and I wrestle sometimes with the idea of like, where do I enter into a thesis around architecture, because I'm an artist, and what right do I have to talk about the curb because I don't have that background. But I love that this project is happening at SCI-Arc, and I think it obviously it makes complete sense for the school. That the Material Futures course at Central St Martin's in London, Brad, this would sit very comfortably in their repertoire of work. But I love that you're doing it here, and that you're like, you didn't know how to use a sewing machine until 12 months ago, and now you're sewing and you're buying hair and you're buying levers and you're buying hardwares for handbags and turning them into architectural details. So I think that I just want to congratulate you on knowing how hard it is to make something physically without knowing what it's going to look like in the end. And I guess I'm curious also to know how much of this process of making informed the idea, because I think that's interesting as a creative process. Can we create narratives or challenge theoretical concepts through the making of physical objects without knowing where that's going to take us?
And I guess, I mean, just following up on that, Rad, I appreciate tremendously the originality of your project. I mean, I think this is something I'm not used to see. I mean, very often in reviews, and the passion that you have put into the work. I mean, I think it sounds that you had so much fun doing this. And I think this is, I mean, how better can it get when, I know, when this is something that, I mean, it's not just opening the doors for, I know, many different paths that you might want to follow in the future. But also, I mean, you had the time of your life. I mean, maybe I'm exaggerated. I'm not, I don't know exactly how it was, but maybe, I mean, just even seeing the way that you curated your background. Like I was going to ask, I mean, are those pieces that, I mean, what is that? I'm sorry, I missed a little bit of the discussion in the beginning, but I think there is a. I mean, you are so committed to this, and I think that also actually validates the work that we as teachers produce throughout the the encounter that we have with the students. So I mean, really congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to follow on that comment on the passion that Rad had this entire semester, because as his instructor, it has been just amazing seeing within like the context we are, and having him like working mainly with physical models, and we were communicating every time through a screen where like all of these models were like about, oh, you can squeeze it, you can stretch it, it's soft, it's hard, it's this and that. And still like his like dedication in like taking the risk of going against every sort of conventional way of presenting his thesis. I remember we had this conversation at the beginning. He was like, but should I do plans and sections of this? And I'm like, Rad, your project, I don't think is about that at all. Like you can forget about those. So I really just like want to congratulate with you for like really like pushing as much as you could, and like thank you for trying every time something different, something like kind of like extraordinary, and for being so dedicated to what you're doing. So with that, thank you so much everyone for being here today. Thank you for all of your amazing input, ideas, comments. Thank you for your time. Thank you to the students. Congratulations for completing your SCI-Arc experience. I'm just gonna share, and
thank
congratulations
you guys. Yeah,
to the advisors as well. So congratulations, Florencia. Thank you for your coordination as well.
Martin, Penelope, Georgina, Russell. Who am I missing? Lucy, and John. I see Sean there. So thank you guys for joining us. We know that Zoom can sometimes be quite demanding. I see Penelope is getting dark for you. I know Martin also is probably dark because you guys are the East Siders. Center East. We are the West, even though the sky is quite dark right now in our California state. So yeah, so this was great. You guys, Andrew, I didn't see your presentation. I'm sure it was great. Sherry, where are you? Rad. Don't trust anybody. I missed part of the presentation, but if you look at the earlier models of everybody, Wolf Pricks, look at the earlier models, Zaha Hadid, look at earlier. I mean, and you'll see everybody had some kind of strange model. Maybe this was mentioned, but I don't think that it's like this is before, after architecture or not. I mean, I totally see big, buildings with huge floor plans in the future. So yeah, so thank you, everybody. We have at 6 o'clock, if you want to join, I'm sure some of you are tired. We're going to cheers. We're doing this every night. After we finish, it's going to be mostly music and cheers. So it's a party with no words, with only music.
It's a silence party.
It's a music party.
Yeah, we can keep just the headphones on as we do always. I just dropped the Zoom link in the chat for that.
Okay.
participation in the Zoom chat. Our thesis project is about flexibility. When architecture faces varying conditions and different eras, for instance, we are facing COVID-19, and many aspects of daily life have changed during this time. However, Los Angeles will operate the Summer Olympic Games in 2028. Can the architecture adapt to this extreme different situation? One is keeping distance. The other is people gather to celebrate.
When architecture becomes entirely predictable, it loses the potential to develop further when it achieves stability and norm. Unpredictability and uncertainty are the main features we are focused on. Our site is located in Los Angeles, California, and is in the middle of multiple highways with existing buildings. The isolation of the site lets us have the chance to rebuild ground circulations.
The order of elements develops our project. The mountain-shaped massing and cave-like freeform interior break the boundary of wall, floor, and ceiling, help us to refine architecture elements. The program in our project is an office campus, including multiple kinds of office with the retail and residential areas that could support daily life under different times. The unit hanging on the frame would be customized private space, lighthouse, and small office. Comparing with public space in big massing, this freeform capsule would be community center space, provide conference room, classroom, rest area, and lounge for people who use the hand unit. Private circulation, including vertical and horizontal elevators, which lead to specific space without meeting other people. In the massing are the space that serve people on the city scale. There would be exhibition halls, auditorium, company headquarters, retail area, and food court. We transform the existing building structures to the steel frames in the different orientation. By doing this, we rebuilt our site as smaller blocks with different features. The first line's main entrance is in the north and downtown LA, which need to travel above the highway. The second line has a bigger opening facing to the local road. The intersection is located beside the biggest open space. The frame has the capacity to attach or remove the capsule, which have the changeability of number and location. In certain places, we ban some frames to apply public space on the frame. We add new local circulation from existing infrastructure as responses to the environment. This diagram is about on-site public circulation. In the blue diagram, there are different ways for cars to get in and exit the site, including local road and highway. In the yellow diagram, it shows the pedestrian get in and exit the site from different areas. The pink diagram is showing the rail on site and where the stops are. By controlling the opening label of each entrance, we could keep the isolation for further need. The diversity of circulations and blocks make our project has more flexibility. This trunk model illustrates the axis, including gray side, existing structure, pink steel frame, circulation to the surrounding area, and rooftop louver, also the cave-like interior. The concept is how these elements make unpredictable and uncertain spaces when merging together. Also, the loss of orientation is one of the features. Here, we want to talk more about the frame system. The left side is the charm of a regular frame. The right side is the charm of the curved frame. This joint detail helps us develop our frame system by rotation. The following few images are the curved frame space assemble diagram. The curved frame, the main structure is the cantilever beam attached to the curved frame.
and the secondary structure follows the shape of space. The smaller beam will support the interior elements, interior wall, bendy floors, facade mullion and curtain wall. Structural diagram. The following few images are the regular frame space assembly diagram. We try to use limited elements to create the possibility of varying spaces, including horizontal and vertical frame pieces and joints. The connection frame link different lines of frame and is the support of elevator. This is a private vertical and horizontal elevators. By adding the module capsule support, including column, beam, and fixed joint, the slab could stick on the frame. Top layer of the fixed slab, fixed column, fixed beam, unit circulation. Module floor plan for customizing by put the column and wall in different places for different operation. The customized beam and slab location provide the chance to build second floor. Optional second floor. Optional third floor. The second and third floor could be customized to varying shape as well. This is just one option in unlimited possibility. This is the private unit assembly sequence. Our project is a container of an era. As time passes, it can continuously update to revise and respond to the changes. Here are more possibilities. In the physical model, we want to show the image to illustrate the feeling about how people might use these spaces. In the Miro board we share the link, there is the 3D model online. Please feel free to check the other angle of the model. This diagram shows varying relationship between the frames and highways. First is underground frames as pedestrian entrance into the site. Second is a frame in the sky cross the highway. Third is a cantilever frame on the highway. Fourth, the parallel frames sit beside the highway. We use ramp, slab, stairs, and elevator to link the ground and the frame. Also, applying different landscape design in varying ground situation is one of our ideas. Here is showing the private horizontal and vertical elevator in the section. Comparing with the private linear circulation, the public escalator are the dots in the huge massing that let people move like radiation without specific direction. By detecting architecture from being defined through its interaction with humans, we consider ways in which architecture also interacts recursively with itself, including the element we mentioned. In the section, we want to show how we arrange varying spaces, including the massing and the frames. This model is showing the arrangement of where the frames intersect and how it affects the massing below it. The louver system on the massing rooftop blurs the boundary between interior and exterior. The louvers are movable. Sometimes it can provide more exterior area, And occasionally, it can use as semi-outdoor space for office with fresh air in an isolated situation. This is the messy interior space from the warm-up view. We apply variant circulation elements, including ramps, escalators, and elevator in different areas. Under different situations, there are some portable units can be isolated smaller spaces. The idea of the unit is use the module from temporary supports in construction progress. Here is the auditorium animation. In this animation, is showing the auditorium have multiple ways to use for variant purpose. In the headquarters area, the interior mobile units can provide isolated offices and can be moved away. In this short model, we want to illustrate how we use the unique cape-shaped interior space. And this is the 3D model online. In the portion model with the site, we can see there are different ground, elevation, and open space conditions. The identity of each corner is distinct than the others. Our project has the tension between each architectural element, from the unique sensible quality and identities. It leaves the viewer a feeling that there is more than one way to read and use this project. The following two animations will show the atmosphere about the feeling of being in this project. Leslie Ann, the answer is no. Once the project is done, surprise is not surprising. We take few experiments to develop the possibility of the frame system. These frames are twisted, bended, rotated, folded, and we believe there are more activities than here. The epilogue of our project focuses on feasibility, changeability, unpredictability, and uncertainty. It's the end of our presentation. This is the end of our presentation. However, our project has more stories to tell. It is a never-ending ongoing process. Thank you.
Well, simply wow. There's a lot that can be said. I think the surprise is how thoroughly you've been able to basically synthesize so many things, thoughts into action, and then how much you've produced. It's actually, having seen this project develop, it's no surprise, actually, knowing what you two are capable of. It's as if two people, the big surprise is that I look at two people and I see work that 10 people would produce, you know? So the big surprise is just the two of you produce such amazing work, you know? So I think that in order to think this comprehensively and to work out a building, your intention is to not only do the overall, but to try to figure out how this thing works, how it's made and how it operates is amazing. It's amazing. So now, and there's a lot that we could critique, is what you'll hear in a moment. So let's open it up for discussion.
I'll jump in if that's all right.
Yes, please.
Look, first of all, yes, I think it's a really fantastic project. I think it's a really true thesis level project in terms of it. So, you know, everything I'm going to say is really prefaced by saying it's a very comprehensive, very articulated, very resolved kind of project. So congratulations. I think it's really, really good. But I have a little bit of confusion around the question of, I mean, you started off, and I'm just going through the kind of chronology of your presentation. You put quite a bit of time talking about the frame and how the frame is formed, and then how the pieces can be added onto it, which is beautiful and really nicely worked out at the scale and everything. But when I look at it, and I look at it in the whole project, it's actually not a big component. I mean, you know, just in terms of area, it's maybe a third or maybe even a fourth. And the major part of your project is actually the much more complex three-dimensional theaters and spaces that overlap and come together, which appear to be made out of things like concrete or some kind of other material. So going back to your thesis about uncertainty and unpredictability, with the frame, given the multiple connectors and the way they come together, I can imagine it being assembled, disassembled, put back together in a different way, changing over time, having elements added, taken away. So that unpredictability, certain uncertainty about what it seems to be embedded in that. But when I get to the other 2/3 or 3/4 of your project with these large volumetric spaces that seem to be formed out of concrete, while you can rearrange the furniture like you're showing in this theater, you can change but actually the forms seem to be quite rigid. They're incredibly beautiful, and I think they're very sophisticated in their spatial configuration, but they seem to imply a certain fixity. So even though they may be unpredictable or uncertain in their origination, once they're there, they're there, you know? So I'm just curious if you could talk a little bit about the degree to which, you know, both aspects, because they're two very different parts of your project, the frame versus the concrete or solid parts, and how they reference this issue of uncertainty and unpredictability.
So, like you say, the big messing is like it can be a big space for gathering, like for the events that requires a big space. And when we use the structure in the auditorium or in the office or even on the rooftop, that can create the isolated space, the smaller space. So the space in the big messing is like flexible.
one point that might follow from this is the premise of the project, the origins of the project come from the conception of surprise and what's surprising. So, I mean, I would say to the last comment, the fact that the building is changeable or kinetic wouldn't necessarily make it surprising or not. It might not actually if it continues to move around. So there's a question about whether durability of a form is antithetical to the concept of change or surprise. And I think what they said was that the frame is malleable in the sense that it can position itself differently. I don't think they said it will reposition itself, which is different. The other thing that interests me, and that came up with this post the last critical review, is what they call the epilogue. I don't know whether it was clear. And the epilogue seemed to me proposed very different configurations and use consequences for the frame. So the frame is a kind of stability in all of this, and not particularly changeable, at least vis-a-vis the joinery, which seems to imply that. It doesn't do that. And then in re-looking at the project as the end was coming, there's another view, I think we're looking at it now, that might suggest an entirely different project, an entirely different possibility. So to me, the line that it keeps going and it keeps changing, is that everybody says that, and it's easy to say. But they're actually suggesting, it seemed to me, this would be my conclusion, that the project itself in conception could be entirely different if the frame were handled in a different way. And here's an example of that. And I think that in that sense, in my mind, I'm not sure, for all its skill, which people have commented on, its skill set, which is certainly sophisticated for a student team, wouldn't necessarily deliver surprise. In fact, the capacity to do these things and draw them, in a strange way, gives it a kind of homogeneity, if not literally, and it takes the surprise away, maybe, for me. And then this thing comes up, which says, but wait a minute, you could do it very differently. At least that's how I read that. And the surprise is the epilogue, which I think argues it's a project that seems to be, or could be, arguing with itself about what it could be. And I think that may be the greatest piece of sophistication in the project. That's an interpretation.
I think it's a good point. Often when people do that, it's a way of deflecting responsibility from the singular response that they've given. But I think they've done it in such a way that they're not doing that. They seem to fully own what they've done, but they seem to continue growing with the final response. You know, I was on the last review, and I think I congratulated you then. You could have packaged it and called yourself done at that point. But you continue to develop virtually on every level. So really, congratulations. It makes me think about a couple things. You know, I talked last time about the appropriateness of and timeliness of the project. And it had to do with uncertainty of the political environment and the health environment, connected but different issues. And so when you see a project like this, you can't help but think, like, what kind of political environment drives this kind of project now? It makes me think of Constant and the idea that somehow society gets to this. I don't, you know, there's no answer to this. It's just, you're so thorough about so many of these issues. I want to think about how you really craft a world that creates this. And that part, that kind of political conceptual basis for what would drive this is not there right now. It might be one of the very few things that isn't there. But I'd like to, because you continue moving, I think you're going to keep working on this project for the rest of your life. And I hope it snowballs to acquire that kind of background too. But beautiful, beautiful job.
That's an interesting point. I think if they were to practice architecture in the conventional way, I'd say there's no hope for a project like this, except in in some authoritarian regime where somebody says, "I want my name on that." But I think that it would be possible with the force of personality and will that two people like this have. That they could probably. I'm optimistic that they could convince whomever that this project needs to be done, just because of everything that.
Yeah, the irony is it's not born out of authoritarian regimes because those don't want the kind of flexibility that that's driving their ideas.
No, the kind of imagination that it takes to do this, you got to be able to practice freedom, and you can practice freedom at a place like SCI-Arc. You can't practice freedom at most schools around the world. Or you can practice freedom when you're in real practice in most countries in the world, And I think the problem of the so-called democratic processes here, where many people, where the bigger the project, more people get to vote, is really why a project like this would find a hard time to exist in the world, unless there's one client that has enough money where he says, "I'm going to build this," But I think that's really a good point. Big, you were going to say something.
I just wanted to say it's congratulations. It's rare to see that students work with such relentlessness on a project, an obsessiveness that I really appreciate. And I think as an overall project, it's also the way how you guys keep on going, and I could imagine you guys keep on going for a while. Is the fact that this is really like an interesting way how to think about how a city grows or how you grow your city. And as this thing comes in and out and repairs things and then removes itself again from the equation, and there's parts that are fixed, parts that are temporary. I mean, I think it's, I find it conceptually super interesting as a way of like, a machine that builds a city. As I said, like, often these things are being designed and then we see some very, far away kind of like very abstract models.
That's spelling is definitely not right. You said it's K-H-R-U. It's Peru. Yeah. Right.
Currently? How do you say it?
Currently. No. For ranking. Rendering this one frame.
I'm looking. That spelling is definitely not right.
For ranking.
You said it's KHRU. Kuru.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Triangle.
Right.
Quantum. How do you say it?
Quantum.
No.
Bye.